Good morning. It's June 5th, 2023. We're going to be streaming stocks, options, futures, and technical analysis, watching the SPY, watching GME, BBBYQ, whatever's running. Sub up, like up, comment down. Happy money sticks around. Just had the bell there, so good morning to you. Hope you had a good weekend. It's Monday. It's Happy Money Monday. We're on it. Like the SPY opened up pretty flat, it's up 0.10%. There was a little bit of data this morning. Ors is up 138%, I think, speculation with Tesla, which JH was saying in Discord. Barbecue there's 6% green. And let's see, Timber's halted. The XF is up 40%. True. Oh. Bad. MF up 15%. Like nat gas is having a pump. Up 5%. Nat gas has been just chopping around though in the lows. Hasn't really made a direction. Planet Fitness up 4.5. MSGM up 7.8. Watching the SPY today, watching to see if it kind of continues this strong upward direction it's been in, or if we start to kind of flatten out a bit today and retest some levels. I will draw some levels in there. There goes SPY. So yesterday's we were at 428. That's crazy. It seems like we were just at like 410, 415. Had quite the move. Go there. Some horizontal supports and resistances. That'll do. Good morning to you, Benedict. Good morning, Jan. Lords is happy. Good man. Good morning. Good morning, Molava. Happy Money Monday. Alex AMC. I don't know. Good morning, Sergeant. Good morning, Russ. All's GME earnings coming up. I might get puts for their earnings. I'm buying a few more ape. Yeah, small caps have been rallying starting kind of last week. The Russell 2000 finally catching up with the mega caps a bit. And we probably start to see the Dow move up too. Nasdaq's been the mega pumper the last, what, like 6 months really. And then SPY's come up some, but I think the Dow and the SPY have some catching up to do. But might be too late. We might be starting to taper out here. Morning rally. Right, it's quieter this week. Ooh, I don't know. Tesla. Wow, Tessie. Reaper. Look at that freaking chart. That's insane. So I was remembering back to 2008, and the market did a big like double top then. I think it was the 2008 time. So it was on a shorter time frame than what we have here. I mean, our time frame now is much more stretched out, but oh, maybe that was the 2001 to 2008. So that's what I was thinking. Then that would be much longer. Yeah, here's the 2008 kind of move. So the second, I mean, you saw this, like, that was only a couple months. We've been in the downtrend for, yeah, a little bit different. However, if you look at it with 2001, see this .com bubble, and then down for 2 years, and all the way back up to those highs. So I guess that's a little longer time frame, but never know. Maybe making a whole new type of chart here. It definitely looks like it. Not gonna dance around here. It wants to break out. Flash around. We do. Let's see. I think there is still some catalyst this morning going on. GME's up 1 1/4. Barbecue 2.5. SoFi's up 3. Yeah, what was going on with SoFi actually? What was I saw news on that? Thought I did. Breaking out of that level. SPY moving up there. Touch. Whoa, SPY is spazzing out. What the heck? What is that? What in the world is going on? Is there data right now? Dude, what is happening? What is that? What? What? Am I just tripping out here? Or is that very unusual? World. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Not always looking at the 1 minute, but that seemed very broken algo-ish. What in the heck? Not much data today. There is an Apple event this morning, I think. Yeah, 10. This looks like there's data coming out. That's so strange. But it's not stopping. And I don't think there is data coming out. It's GME. GME is causing it. Just kidding. GME is up 2.8 though. Did rip out of there at 25 level. Pretty big level in GME to break out above. Barbecue 25.50. Still up 4%. That was so weird on the SPY. It's still kind of happening. Why is it? Broke it. That just... Yeah, this is Weeble. Is that just Weeble? Broken. It started to trade like a penny stock. The real penny stock. Waiting for the real penny stock that it is. Let's SPY. Unbelievable. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. I'm gonna check on E-Trade, I guess, see if it's doing the same thing. Maybe it's just Weeble. But I feel like sometimes we get like more raw data on Weeble. Since the other brokerages that are American, I don't know, I feel like they kind of they have like filters they pass through to almost smooth out smooth out what we're seeing at times. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but there's been times when Webull has specifically shown things that nothing else has shown, and it seemed like it was true, but the other American brokerages just didn't even show it. And I think this is looking like it, because E-Trade's not doing this at all. I think Webull's like showing the back end or something. What you're not supposed to see. That's so weird. That's crazy. Okay. Well. GME up 2.25. How about AMC? It's up 1.3 top. 6.7. Barbecue 25.20. Up 2.8. SoFi still getting crazy here. 6.25. I see top on there. Getty's up. Phase. Top doing. I don't know what the SPY's doing. It's scaring me though. We got a MACD crossover on the hourly. Barbecue looks like it's setting up a little head and shoulders here on the hourly. So we'll see. See if price action negates that head and shoulders, or if we actually break this 2340. There's definitely head and left shoulders here, and depends on how this looks, but this is a shoulder. Have to see if it breaks below. Longer term still looks good on it though. The daily still looks like it's in a nice uptrend, and potentially just repeating the same pattern from back here, where we started rallying towards the end of the week, and then the next week we just ripped. So I think we could be seeing that. Okay, SPY. I don't I don't know if I can look at this. SPY's moving up, I think. SPY is just gonna flash to 52-week high on here. Top levels. Yeah, I mean, let's see. We had 704 in there, so it held that level. Next on here is just 796, 784, and the support from that day. Then you've got 880. So yeah, see if it starts to change the momentum here. It's a wild one. I might have to look at E-Trade. Dude, look at this. It's SPY's barcoding. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't see it on I don't see it on I don't see it on E-Trade. Breaking out of the barcode on SPY. Congratulations. I think TradingView is doing it also. Maybe Robinhood. I mean, you can see it's a nice uptrend. SPY's holding above VWAP. It appears to be breaking out. Really broken. GME 3.25. I mean, SPY is the ultimate meme, so makes sense that one day we just decide a barcode. GME is still in this channel. It's crazy. Crazy how strictly it's stuck in that channel. IP is up 2%. That's good. That's a nice sign of support from yesterday and the day before, Friday, Thursday. Because it was starting to lose momentum, but now it's showing that is support, which is further confirming this. I mean, this is a massive RSI divergence on the daily here. You know, this price level is so much lower than this one, and that's a higher RSI. So very good looking on IEP as far as a bottom. Yeah, I'm gonna chill on the futures and SPY contracts for now. Yes. It looks like it's in a nice little breakout, but I mean, I don't know how the contracts are reflected with this price. They're probably not. This is something else. That the contracts aren't moving like this, and even the transactions, like they've been. It's really weird. Yeah, it is. It's like algos need to be rebooted. Neo's up 7.5. Morning Archer. Still looking nice. Inverted head and shoulders here. Like it. It's RSI divergence still. They do have earnings on 6/9. Forge is up 130%. Timber is resumed. Phase is up 8.25. I thought I was just freaking out this morning. I'm like, has it been that long of a weekend? I forgot what it looks like. No, but it's not right. GME 3 1/3. Not squeezy, just in its channel. Clover, positive 6%. Microvision, Microvast, those ones I get confused with. Totally different companies. eBet's up 7. This one makes big moves at times. Right now. Maybe 560 there. Op still holding 5%. GFAI 5%. Wow. What a way to start a Monday. Happy Money Monday. Well, good thing I sold out of UUU. The Zip Trader pump and dump lives. Oh, we'll see. This thing might consolidate somewhere and keep going. His thesis are right on these. Like, this is a nicely undervalued company. Question. All-in's down 4%. BuzzFeed's down 3.5%. Well, how was your guys' weekend? What did you guys do? Let's see. Went to a pump track. That was a lot of fun. Traveled around by car to that. To Costco. Well. ST open doors down 5. I want to do some cash card puts on some of these. At the beach, nice. Yep, it is now June, so probably warm in most beaches, at least the air in the States. Worked all weekend. All right, okay, one of those guys. That's nice for like going out though. I've had a schedule where I worked on the weekends and Had weekdays off. I mean, I do that now. You know, I kind of, when we go out and go to a restaurant or whatever, anytime we go somewhere there might be people, we just do it on the weekdays. Be nice, the flexibility. Filmed a wedding, nice. Mountain bike ride. Worked on the 944 Porsche, man, huh? Okay. Like the weekend. What do you shoot on for your weddings? That's a pretty banner weekend. Yeah, that's pretty well done. Mountain biking, like single tracking, downhilling, a ski resort, or all right. Spy's moving down a little bit here. I think we maybe made a Head and Shoulders. Yeah, I was on a skateboard for it. Yeah, but yeah, you can take bikes or whatever, scooters or rollerblades. Yeah, pump tracks are fun. We don't have one too close to us. It's like, I don't know, it's like 45 minutes away. So, yeah, it's a fun. It's like the aerobics of skateboarding. It's so exhausting. My thighs like just lock up after like 2 or 3 laps. Just like, oh. Sony FX3. I've heard a lot about those. I've kind of, the last 6 months, I've not kept up on all the new gear, but yeah, FX3 I've been hearing a lot about recently. And that movie that's going to be shot on it, kind of interesting. Yeah, I love the prosumer cameras being used in cinema. It's super cool. Dynamic range on Sony's is amazing, of course. Low light is far superior probably to any other prosumer. Yeah, I like Sony. I've always been a Canon guy, but the only camera I've thought about switching over for was Sony. Let's move down here a bit. Open doors coming down, spies coming down. Little Head and Shoulders there. You actually can see it. I can just watch the futures chart actually. I don't have to be a slave to this barbacoating. Mr. Rogers, it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Won't you be mine? Won't you be mine? I think you're just confusing this light Yaz with my voice, and it's throwing you off. Okay, I did a couple short contracts. Single track all mountain. Nice. Like take a chairlift up. I used to love to do that, man. So much fun. Downhill. I guess all mountain, you wouldn't be just downhill. GME price for retracing. Possible GME price for retracing. I mean, we're close enough to earnings. We're probably not gonna get much of a movement before then. So you're gonna have that catalyst that's just gonna rip it down or up. Some. Maybe not crazy. You might not have a crazy move from it. I don't think it'll have this big of a move. This was market makers failing there, basically. Options market. So I think we could have a move. I think it'll be a little smaller and potentially to the downside. Before then, though, probably not much. A retrace, like a support level, like this 24 has been a pretty strong one from back here. That's not much of a move back down. So further, like 22 level we have in here is kind of a bigger level. No internal ND, no. Oh yeah, Ibis is nice. Yeah, see, last time I was like shooting professionally or making money or like into it where I could justify spending money on gear. It was older cannons, so no Ibis even, or no, my lenses were old, so there's no lens stabilization or anything like that. So I'm not used to that stuff. But excited for all the new tech if I ever get a new kit. Yeah, no, if I got something new, I would definitely want Ibis. Especially on the Sony platform. Just the way that, like, the size of them, I feel like they don't hold quite as well as a Canon, so more susceptible to shake. We are trying to handhold stuff. Alright, GME's come down a little bit to VWAP there. Okay, so full head and shoulders is playing out. Okay, yeah, it looks like this chart's starting to normal back out now. Crazy. Crazy. BBBYQ just consolidating here. Yeah, GME was at $16. I think you'll have another chance for sure. I think you'll have a chance to get it much cheaper. I think go to single digits this year, probably. With with a lot of the market downturning, that does happen. I do still think it will. And market cap's gonna get haircutted, especially ones that have not had much. And GME is in that boat. It is pricing in, pretty aggressively. So I think you'll still get another deal. But yeah, if you're watching here, and I was going long at this RSI divergence. We were calling it. I was hoping for 15, 16 retest, and then it started to show signs of reversal here, and I went long like this day and then this day. So that's kind of when I thought the bottom was, at least for this rally. But it just doesn't have the same life it used to. It's fixed. I think Apple's at 10, so 1 minute. We'll see what SPY does then. Oh, there it is. We're probably getting a little move from it. Yeah. A little volatility. Dude, the 1 minute barcoding is great. Great. Mr. Rogers, I think you're right. I think he was a sniper in the army. I've heard something about that. Ace. Legend. Halted on TD? Yeah, the algos and the software and the brokerages are kind of tripping out this morning. Ooh, the art prime lens are nice, yeah. Yeah, kind of heavy, but those are good. If you're not gonna shoot Sony lenses or whatever adapter with nice Canon glass, those are probably my favorite. I mean, those people just love those Sigmas in general. I usually thought like Sigmas weren't as good. I don't think they're quite as good, but the art series is legit. Yeah, so there's your Apple pump. Holy crap. What? What is happening? That's not even from Apple. What? Oh, there was other data at 10, I think. Yeah, we had something else at 10, maybe. I don't know, because Apple's not moving like that. Top. 15% on top. Spiked up, moved back down to VWAP. Look at that wick on Le Spy. A halt on some. I'm not seeing any halts. It said GME was halted. Maybe it is. Oh yeah. No. Just so illiquid. No, it's still trading. Just very thinly traded, I think. I don't know. There we go. Okay, still trading. We could get kind of a summer melt up. Usually it's slow in the summer, so maybe not enough conviction to move it down. But I mean we're in June already. I like SoFi. As far as the chart, I mean, I think I might still have this in my long term. I don't know if I held it or not. It's definitely way overextended. It wouldn't be, depends on your plan if you're trying to scalp it or swing it or whatever. Yeah, I wouldn't be messing around with this really. These prices. Oh, what a wild candle there, Spy. Yeah, so GME, I need to do a video. But GME, this is the first time we've had 5 weeks in a row since before the it's been before the pinch. It's been years. Green weeks. And we'll see what this week sets up as, but we haven't had 5 green weeks since like before the whole thing. Before all that. So like I think this was? Yeah, this was. I mean, it wasn't much of a week, but or 5 weeks. But yeah, since then it literally has not run 5 weeks in a row. Because we've just been in this pattern and it's been cyclical and well, we're not in it. It's not happening anymore. So free to move about the cabin. Well, it looks like it's kind of getting bullish here now. That spike wasn't fake. Or temporary, short-lived. Barbecue came down a little bit, 25.11. Still up 2.5.
The ego on you.
The ego on you. Thank you, A's. Well done. Appreciate the gifted membership, bud. Hope you had a good weekend. Rally Ventura. You have been blessed. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you guys for the support. This early Monday and your 19 likes. Much appreciated. Watching the spy chop through oblivion. Very, very weird morning. Hmm. $5.55. IEP is maybe running a bit. Yeah, IEP is up 5%. That is neat. It was up 2.3. Doors down 5. Buy's coming down here a bit. And I botched a couple trades this morning. Not like an open door to the long side though. It's got that engulfing candle. Be looking for cash good puts on that. Don't like Riot. On maybe. Such a rally though. Like Airbnb still. gap. $35 million already? Yeah, what is there a catalyst on Tesla? What's going on with that thing? Okay. Chop fest on SPY this morning. Starting out with barcoding. Eyes coming down a little bit here. See if it double bottoms. Looked like a little cup and handle on the 1 minute, but that broke down. We're just looking at a double bottom if we do. Otherwise, probably just flush through there. Yeah, new low there on SPY. Just wicking down there. Looks like you've set up an inverse head and shoulders. don't know. Green to red, down 0.06%. IP move back down to VWAP. Go still up 1.4. GME came out 50.3 versus 51.8. Good call, Bruce. Yeah, VR headset that can change your world. It was interesting that pump on SPY though. That I guess maybe that was from PMI. I don't even know. Was that coming out at that time? It was a weird time. Yeah, that must have been from PMI then, because Apple wasn't pumping then. Yeah, see if SPY's building a little inverse head and shoulders here. GME chilled back out, back to 25.07, up 1.7. Barbecue hanging out 25.68, up 4.8. New car is interesting. Actually, quite a bit of liquidity on those options. This Chinese company. Vehicle wholesale. Gee. Yeah, it's basically flat. See my I'm just waiting on Theta now for these spreads I have on AI. Waiting for time. Got 18 days on the one. $65 profit now. If I wait till expiration at this price, it's 110. So it has to stay below 38. Be likely, I'd say. First Head and Shoulders is kind of breaking down here. Dang. Went short, and then I saw Cup and Handle went long. That's Miracle Grow. Why this one shows up on my jar for high IV hot. Dave barber coating. Yeah, we might start to rally it mid to end of the week, like we did last time we did this. It looks like it's the same, yeah. Gold mining company. Right? Oh, digital assets. Oh yeah, that's right. Blockchain. Right. Back west down 2.25. Interesting. Oh, PacWest has earnings July 18th. I don't think we'll play that one through. We do the June. Got going on here. I think it's bear flagging a little bit, but yeah, they'll be kind of in this aggressive channel. I don't know. GME 2510 up 1.8%. BBBYQ 2550 up 4%. Carvana down 3. Oh yeah, the RSI divergence on Carvana too. Be a nice short. Okay, let's see. Delphi is actually on the list. Quite the rally. Upstarts. RSI divergence. I expect to pull back on that thing. That's had crazy wild candles too. Intraday candles have been crazy. I feel like this morning is kind of still shaking out the spot with those glitches, errors. Tears up 3.5. Look, that thing's still going. Look at these just wicks on SPY. What the heck? You're in top. Yeah, CXAI and GXAI are up a lot. Yeah. 850. Might. Yeah, it looked good. Dipped way down here and bounced off that support on Friday. So might be finding support. BBBYQ coming down a little bit. 2517. Positive 2.7. Is this a gap fill? Yeah, there's a gap down here at 2490. So that'll probably get filled. Look out for the 2340 or 24 the support. Move up to VWAP on SPY. Down a little bit, still up 3.3. Looks like it's in a nice little trend up though. The eyes up 20% there. Eyes back to VWAP. GFAI is only up 1. Eyes up 1.5. Eyes moving up here a little bit. GME is popping a little bit with SPY. For the 6th year in a row, the average age of cars in the US increased, with the average being 12.5 years old. Retailers say theft cost nearly $100 billion last year. Irish government is reportedly looking at plans to cull around 200,000 dairy cows to meet its climate targets. Eyes up above VWAP there. Oh, is that all-time high on record on Apple? Yes, Apple is pushing through all-time highs. Look at this. Wow. That's something. I guess it was at all-time highs last week too, huh? Or no, that's just this week. Yeah, that's today. A little pump on SPY there. China has demonstrated its economy can continue outgrowing the US, says a former Treasury official. Barbecue 2570. GME 2534 up 2.7. Buys below VWAP still. Neo's starting to move up a little bit, 2.5%. Neo's high of the day. Apple's up 1.6. That's a big day on Apple already. This chart looks pretty bullish. Roku's. Here's date 7/27. maybe estimated. Eyes moving up a bit here. Still rejecting VWAP. 3% on GME. Barbecue 4%, 2.5. LDEC Therapeutics. Eyes moving up a bit here. Alright, spies above VWAP. Back, push back up here. See if we're getting a little cup and handle forming. The bullish side. Hey Tony, good morning, man. Went to a store. You found an open store. Well done. Or is there anything on the shelves? Carvana? Yeah, Carvana's had quite the move. Yeah, I don't like it though. I think it's due for pretty good pullback. Maybe the top. Look here, I'll show you just a little RSI divergence. Pretty pronounced. So price action though, I mean, yeah, it looks good still. It looks like it's almost bull flagging up here. Buys moving up more. So if it does have more of a move, it could do another RSI divergence maybe, and possibly retest a little bit higher. So yeah, we'll see. Could just be consolidating for a bit, and then I would wait for the break of the high. That's what it looks like it's been doing the last 2 days. But if it breaks the low, I mean, yeah, you've got signs that signs for that as well. So might have one last little push, more push before it comes down, but yeah, I'll just look for where it's breaking, basically, because now it's consolidating. I don't know if you're looking for TA or fundamentals or what, but what I see on the chart. Pretty big volume there on SPY. Interesting. You can read all their bad stuff. $400? In their final match, please. Yeah, that's what I've heard. It's like 20% off on stuff, which is not a liquidation sale at all. So yeah, maybe just get rid of that. I don't even know, like, that just seems crazy to think that this is a front. Like, I don't even think the legalities of that make sense. I guess I could be going into Chapter 11 optimistic for restructuring, but if they were, I mean, for them to go in and then not do much discounts and, like, you know, you're just thinking about, yeah, I don't know, just the court and the judges, and like, seems a little crazy if it is just, I don't know. I guess maybe companies do that, maybe more practice. I always thought of it as the last case scenario, dire. And maybe it was, but maybe it was really just like a strategy. Crazy. I come up a little more here. I did close my longs. I didn't like that I was even in. Look at the volume right there. That's crazy. We'll see what happens here. Look, could be setting up a cup and handle still. We'll just wait and see for that. Did he smile and tried to hide her smile? A random employee wouldn't know that kind of stuff. Was it like a manager? that's just fun. No, we were just liquidating, closing down. You buy apple puds, don't you? Barbecue had a little transaction up there, 25.90, a 5.7. It's gonna feel like gap today. Certain. But not to say it won't move up past that, I don't know. GME looks like it's double topping a little bit. I might be setting up a little head and shoulders. we get engulfing here on the 5-minute. Little head and shoulders there right now. Yep, 2.6. No, 3.7. Red candle there on SPY. Looks like we're gonna get an engulfing candle. A positive on GME. Barbecue 2590. 5.7, but yeah, that little cap. Barbecue rules. Yeah, there's an engulfing candle there on the 5-minute. Adding to my shorts up here. So I told this to one of you guys on Discord. I don't know if it's one of you guys in chat, but you have to remember they've diluted quite a bit. Our market cap was 110 million or something back when we were up above $1, you know, whenever they start diluting. So when we hit, you know, when we hit $30, market cap wise, $30 now would be closer to $7. So just to keep that in mind for your price targets. If you're thinking, oh, we're just gonna rip up and get back up to $30. $30 is like 4 times higher now because of the dilution. So if you're looking for a move to $30 market cap, it's closer to $7. Oh, SPY. We'll see. We'll see what you got planned here. Your cheeky little bounce. Thanks, Tasty. Appreciate the coffee, man. Solid contributor. Getting up there.
Let's get nuts!
Let's get nuts! Appreciate it, man. Hope you had a solid weekend as well. Good rest, relax, set. Week, new trades, new mindset. Carry anything this week from last week. Yeah, no, 7-8 for sure. I don't have a specific price target. I was kind of saying that for you guys that do have price targets, and that's kind of where the death spiral that Burry talks about, where it goes down and the reverse split and then the dilute and it keeps going down. So then each time you do have rallies, like you have to think that rally, the market cap wise, it's a dying. So this next rally, unless they have a big share buyback, which they shouldn't, we're looking at, and that's assuming our free float's around 400 million. If it's more, then yeah, $7 is going to be even higher than 30. But yeah, basically, if you 4 times 7, you're close to 30. So you do have price targets in mind. Always just watch the charts, look for supports and resistances and volume, and stick around here. We'll know when it's starting to slow down at least, and then we'll know if it's consolidating to go higher. But we can always take profits when the momentum's over, and jump back in if it continues. Kind of like on Friday, saw it ripped up, started to consolidate, and hoped it ripped out and kept going, but the fact that it broke down right here, we mentioned, well, you're gonna get out of it. This is the time to close it. So don't know how long it's gonna go down, but we're down here, consolidating once more, and looking good in the longer trend. It still looks pretty nice. Do have this head and shoulders here on the hourly, so might have some of that play out. But price action wise, I mean, we're still in a nice bullish trend, I'd say. We're just building a cup and handle here. Maybe actually. Sure, that's kind of interesting. I jumped out of my trade. I opened up a short up here. I'm just like, I think it might be a cup and handle. If we get a break. He's solid. 25, 47, 3.3%. Up there. The trader pick, COEP. That was me. Sorry. Top's holding up nice, 24%. That ain't bad. High there on GME, 3.8. Look at you. Did have a volume spike there too. Close to the same time as the SPYs. Next at the top of this channel. It's getting closer to that $30 parabolic move potentially. I also could be making kind of a head and shoulders here. So see which one plays out. Otherwise it's looking like chop. $3.8, 25.60. IP still green 2%. Has come down though a bit. The gap down here at 22.09. Top 26%. Ores are holding up pretty good, 105%. Clove 9.8. Barbecue is like melting up here. Kind of interesting. 6%. I mean, it's barbacoating, but in a sort of melt up fashion. $5.60 on GME. Almost 4%. I'll go if they push date back in. Probably not. I mean, I don't know. Is 1 or 2 date pushbacks good, but 3 is bad? Yeah, it is kind of interesting. GME's on its own. It'll melt up. I think the Russell though is, oh, it's down 1.3. So GME might be getting a little pre-earnings run up. Eighth. Yeah, some of the deadlines they moved like 2 days, some of them they moved like a week. This is the Bitcoin of our meme stocks. Nice. On Carvana also, huh? I mean, fundamentally, you've got a pretty big problem with Carvana that has to shake out Armageddon and people not able to afford their cars because they all paid way too much for them. And then, of course, Carvana wasn't like delivering titles, and I like the concept. Fundamentally, though, it's I think we need to see kind of a bottoming in the car market before Carvana would give me much confidence. But it depends on your time frame, depends on your plan, of course. If you're happy to hold it for 5 years or more, then yeah, whatever. Buy when you can. There you go, 4% on GME. Kind of had a volume spike back there. I mean, the volume today's pretty good on it. It's just been like bull flag, breakout, bull flag, breakout, bull flag, breakout. Another flag. Today's the breakout. This is so crazy. So weird. Totally just become fixed. And all these moves are like 4%, 4%, 5%. On this channel, so it has 26.5 or so. Maybe we'll see that this week on GME. See what we get for earnings. I didn't realize I'd been muted. Whoops. SPY's ripping up there. Top's also moving up 36%. Sorry, I totally forgot I muted myself. It's got some room to run. Sorry, I looked at TTO. Oh, looks pretty nice. It fills that gap. I don't know if I muted that or not. Buying Apple all-time highs. Yeah, I mean technically it's a breakout if it can hold above there, so it could honestly be a good buy. I think I already talked about Carvana. You heard that already. SPY's moving up here. Top 34%. Talked about GME some. This thing's, yeah, 4.4%. It's crazy just how it's pinned in this channel. And just bull flag, breakout, bull flag, breakout, just time after time. There's 35% on top. You've got some room. It's at what, 990 there? We've got some room maybe to go on that. Buy climbing up. Oh, still have this kind of cup handle here. Break the high. It's like 429 area. Yeah, that's a break of it, and we could keep going. The rolling papers. I mean, I don't. It looks good. It's above VWAP. I don't know. See what happens. Consolidating now for a bit. So could pull back to VWAP for a bit. But volume solid. Just ripping and consolidating. So maybe, like I said, you've got room, like 1030 for kind of a resistance. Pretty much all the major resistances at this point now are up in the closer to 10 bucks. $10.30, then 11, and 11.80 area. Oh yeah, depends on you're playing with it, but nice, good volume, good breakout. It's not actually rolling papers. I don't know if you're kidding or not, but it's a sketchy Chinese company. 25.78 on GME. It's up 4.5. Buy is moving up still. Kind of at the high of the cup here now. I mean, I was kind of seeing this cup and handle actually. I guess that kind of was the break back here. But now closer to the high of the day, other than that crazy wick. Look for a short entry somewhere up here. It doesn't break out. Hey Damien. Not much news wise. They pushed back the dates last week. Other engulfing candle. But it just started, so see what we get. Pushback dates. Some of them they pushed 2 days, some they pushed like 5 days. So I think one of the deadlines is, I think, Stalking Horse on Wednesday, I believe. I don't know. There's a couple posts in our Discord with the new dates. There was an article last week on CNBC talking about some of the potential interested parties, which was pretty interesting. I think that actually is why we had that price action in the morning when it came out. One of them is this other baby company. I can't remember the name. And then it said there was another one that I knew of that was anonymous, that was looking to keep open 75% of the stores. I think they were talking specifically about baby stores, though. Your big red candle there on SPY. But yeah, maybe we'll actually get some information this week on it. Be cool. And a big wick to rip right back up. Babyless, yeah, good call. I think QQQ is overbought. Yeah, overbought. A long shot. This is getting close to high from back here. Went on a panel? Oh, really? What panel? I mean, imagine probably gonna be a he, but Yeah, I do. Definitely do. I think cute spot. I mean, it's been the only thing that's been the main pumper this whole year. The Nasdaq. I mean, it's outpaced SPY and Dow. Like S&P and Dow have just not even had close to this amount of push. So either SPY and Dow maybe catch up, or Nasdaq reverts. And it's probably be a bit of both, or just a complete reversal on Nasdaq. So, I think Dow has even had less. Yeah, it's been less bullish than even S&P. So you might see rotation into value. While Nasdaq settles down. I made the engulfing candle. Dumb SPY, you did it. Engulfing candle at the high. We'll see. Let's see where we go from here. Did enter. It'd still be kind of a cup and handle here, but yeah, I like the rejection on the resistance with that engulfing candle. Yeah, I mean, the AI the last couple months has been crazy, and had a lot of tech and growth just pump the Nasdaq. DXAI 22%. Getty's up 20% also. Top looks like it's still consolidating. Yeah, that's good. Top looks solid. On the 5-minute, there is an RSI divergence, but price action looks pretty strong. Might see a test of VWAP still. For another move up, maybe afternoon. Barba Coating hanging out strong at 5.8. Given it's just retracing some of the. It's just back to where it was, basically. You just exclude this pump and dump, and we're back to where we were on Thursday. Around the 25% range, so. Why it's good to always have patience. Scale. Scaling in, scaling out. Me with the red candle, looks like it's coming back down to VWAP. It also has this RSI divergence on the 5-minute. Up 3.5. Highs moving up here. We'll see. Airbnb trying to fill this gap. Coin's down 9%. This thing's so crazy, the ranges it makes intraday. Always surprised me when I sell premium on it, just how big of moves it makes intraday. Dude, this thing is so overvalued. It's disgusting. Like, forget how much of a premium growth stocks get. Just, I've been skewed now looking at barbecue for so long. Like, this market cap's 13.6 billion Coinbase. They do 772 million in a quarter, operating at a negative 123 million. It's like crazy. Barbecue is trading at a market cap of 120 million. 1.2 billion in revenue quarterly, operating a negative 356 million in income. But given this was never valued like a growth like Coinbase, but still, GME's a little bit of an outlier. It's not growth. It's trying to get a growth valuation, and it kind of is, but it's not as cheap as most brick and mortar retail. I mean, their last quarter they did good. It's holding up pretty good. If it wants to keep pushing, might not get a move back to VWAP before it makes a new high. Happy day, patience rocks. What is this in reference to, Aware? But happy Money Monday to you as well. What are we seeing the fruits of our patience labor on right now? barbecue's price action. Yeah, patience. Yeah, top looks like it wants to keep going. Strong, 37%. What you doing? Not sure if this is the cup we're making a handle, or we got a cup here with a little handle. We could have both, I guess. Um, Ace coins down 10.5. Filling that gap right now. Right meow. Oh, that's just that gap. Got a bigger gap down there at 49. Top, moving up, broke out. 42%, 10-3. Very solid on top. Great volume also. Good on that one. Hope you guys are doing well on it. Tomorrow's gonna be crazy for it. Their earnings, I think their earnings are Wednesday, right? Why is tomorrow gonna be crazy? Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Anabolic. Even commodities. We'll see. We might still get a nice move today on the SPY. Setting up. I mean, after last week was pretty insane, so might just consolidate and chop around. So, barbecue came down 25.26, still positive 3%. It looks like it's not going to. I guess the Apple event's at 1. I don't know what came out at 10.
And Deckers, which is the parent company of Home. I also think Skechers is doing very well these days, and I think Lululemon's doing very well. So those are some of the names I like.
Andrew Wong, Tom Nikic, thank you both very, very much. Appreciate it. That's going to do it for us here on Trading 360. Thanks for being with me.
Cool.
I'll see you later. 2 p.m. Eastern time for the watch.
Look at you with your gladiator earrings on a Monday. Barbecue 25.50 up 4%. There's SPY letting it go a little bit. Another engulfing candle. Do it. Wolfing candle on the 5-minute. Size weakening. Barbecue 25.22. Still up 3%, but black gap. Right here. V1 bit 428.35 area. Starting to VWAP. Breaking out a bit. Actually, just nice, really price action there on the Chinese sketch. The spread like on top. You've got a lot of volume today on it. That spread would be a little tighter. Yeah, spread's actually tighter on top. Tighter. I mean, this might still be a good trade to get into. There's a lot of volume this morning on it. Wait for a pullback of some sort. Swap or a test of this 9, 10 cents. Spine moving down some. Kind of made a double top here. Really kind of a triple top if you count back here. We had this engulfing candle. Moved up, but then had another engulfing candle. Oh yeah. Yeah, a range. A range trade day. Range day trade. Okay. Yeah.
Even out of school yet, right? Like it's a pretty slow start, but you know, there's it feels to me like what periods have been like this in history, and going back to 1819, right? It was like big bull market, new all-time highs every day in the indices, but it was really a similar story of the sort of haves and have-nots. I've used that term a few times, right? There's companies that are growing share of wallet, they're growing their share of market cap, right? They're growing in numerous business channels. These are sort of the top 10 to 15 companies around the world. And then it feels like so many other firms are just sort of languishing, figuring out inflation and interest, all the other stuff that we're dealing with. And that separation, that kind of, you know, dumbbell sort of feeling to this is, you know, that the top is just pulling away from the rest of the pack. And how long can this go on from an index perspective? Or how long can we
How long can seven stocks? Now Friday,
the whole market?
Friday was a little more healthy,
Yes,
right? So
absolutely.
the other three were kind of playing catch up, but again, we're right back to where it was again today, with the Nasdaq being the leader. We did have some news over the weekend out of the OPEC Plus meeting, and for more on that, let's bring in live from the New York Stock Exchange, Miss Caroline Woods to the show. Caroline, this OPEC meeting, it's kind of a mixed bag, right? Because you know what's going on with the relationship between Russia and OPEC Plus. You know they weren't going to cut. So Saudi Arabia kind of dives on the grenade for the rest of OPEC Plus, Caroline.
It certainly seems to be the case. Oil prices on the rise after that OPEC meeting. Kev, taking a look, West Texas crude up about 1.5%, trading just below $73 a barrel. Meanwhile, Brent crude is trading above $77 a barrel. And this is after Saudi Arabia pledged big cuts to oil production in July at the meeting over the weekend.
GME is below
Vienna.
VWAP now.
OPEC Plus and its allies made no changes to its planned oil production cuts
12% on coin. Wow.
But Saudi Arabia went rogue and
Big day.
announced further voluntary output cuts, slashing by 1 million barrels from 10 million to 9 million in July. Now, according to Bloomberg, that's the lowest level since June of 2021. And this, of course, is on top of previously announced curbs, which would be extended through the end of 2024. So Saudi Arabia could extend these new voluntary cuts past July as well, but hasn't said if they're going to do so just yet. But Saudi's energy minister, Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, said they will do whatever is
on top.
necessary to bring stability to the market. Saudi officials have said they need an estimated crude at an estimated $81 a barrel to really break even. And as you can see from this chart, which goes back to June of last year, prices have been below that for much of this year. Brent crude is off about 20% since OPEC Plus first slashed output by about 2 million barrels a day back in October. And then, of course, in April, some of the OPEC members, including...
So now is this a handle on this cup?
...cut by another 1.6 million barrels. So this is in addition to all of that.
Top's coming down here a bit.
As you can see on this chart, at this time last year, prices were as high as $120 a barrel. So prices higher today, but still a long ways off. Also, we're seeing kind of a mixed reaction from some oil stocks. Chevron has actually, well, I was going to say it turned positive, but it's basically flat right now after being negative earlier in the session. ConocoPhillips off by about 0.5%. Occidental Petroleum up by about 0.5%. So no clear benefit to oil producing stocks, at least at this point. But
stonks. I always hear stonks now.
On oil prices from this meeting.
Oil producing stonks.
Caroline, you beat me to it. I think the mixed reaction from the producers here in the U.S. is pretty interesting. Anything that you've read through in terms of gasoline prices coming out of this? It's pretty interesting that the timing of these cuts and Saudi standing on their own. You look at summer travel season picking up and people driving a lot more than they were a couple of months ago. Anything that you're reading through in terms of the impact on gas prices here so far?
I think it really depends in terms of if you look at this as, okay, there's going to be demand destruction because of a recession, or there's already supply shortages, and this is only going to help elevate oil prices. So it really kind of depends on your forecast. I was looking at one of the people I talked to quite a bit about oil prices, who's been a bull for quite some time, is Jeff Curry over at Goldman Sachs. They're still reviewing their oil price targets, but he was at $97 a barrel, I believe, for the end of the year, which inevitably would have an impact on RBOB and gasoline prices as well. So it really, I think, depends a lot on what summer travel season actually looks like. I think we've been able to tell based on how much pent-up demand there still is for travel that that should probably elevate prices a bit. But all in all, it's going to be where this economy is heading. And China's been kind of a mixed reopening story, much more so than we initially thought, which hasn't necessarily given quite as much of a boost to oil prices as once thought. But if we do end up seeing kind of a pullback, I think that could mean a bigger impact on demand.
Yeah, Caroline, OPEC Plus is highly in favor of stabilized energy markets as long as that stabilization comes at $80 and not $50. But Caroline, thanks for coming on as always, spending some time with us on a Monday. Have a great day, Caroline.
You too.
All right, back to our group here now. Let's bring in my first guest of the show, along with Nick Theodorakis, and that is Alex Coffey. You know him. He's on here a lot with us. He's also the host of Next Gen Investing. Alex, thanks for coming on. I think the crude oil story is significant, but there's a lot of significant stories here to start a Monday. Give me what you're looking at. Is it crude oil or is it something else, Alex?
I would say that for me, I'm always looking for, what is the kind of implicit takeaway, or what is the second order impact of these decisions or news headlines or updates that we get. To me, if Saudi Arabia or any member of OPEC Plus or the U.S. or any major oil producer decides that they want to cut production or reduce supply, that's an admission in my mind, whether explicitly or implicitly, that demand is a concern.
Right.
Okay. If I thought that I could sell a bunch of T-shirts, I'm going to go buy a bunch of T-shirts so that I have them in stock and I'm ready to sell them. I'm a little bit concerned about the popularity or demand for a T-shirt, but keep very little of that on hand. So in this case, to me, this is obviously was a surprise, and that's why you see this reaction in the market. But I think the question the market should ask is why? Why did they do this? And so I think that's the missing piece here today. And I think it's more of an admission that all these recession fears, yeah, they're still fears, but we have more and more data points that keep saying like there's real reasons to have these fears, and then it just doesn't show up in the data yet. Shows up in earnings to some extent. It shows up in decisions that firms are making. It's now showing up in oil production. But the labor market's strong, so we just don't look at that.
Yeah, exactly. You know, guys, we like to look at three things, right, to start the day and their effects on the markets. Crude oil is one of them. Yields, which hit 375 this morning, Nick, before backing up, now down on the day, the 10-year yield, and the U.S. dollar. So these are things that are moving. The U.S. dollar was up this morning. It's now down. It's not down a lot, but it's still negative on the day. But yields, a big round tripper in yields from 375 to now 367. Big move there.
Yeah, I mean, this is the type of thing in a news vacuum, right? We can kind of you can
we're in the quiet period for Fed, not a lot of Fed speakers.
Exactly. I mean, we got a couple of 9 days till the Fed
9.
talks, and it's so you know, in almost literally a vacuum of information, it's like, oh, OPEC, well, that was the one story, but you know, I think the inflation interest rate story still by far outweighs this oil piece, right? To your point, I think it's U.S. and European inflation. It is, you know, maybe a close third is what's really happening in China. There's a big COVID surge going on there. Not many people are talking about, although you're expecting oil demand to go up there by, you know, like 100 million barrels a day or something. Like the demand for oil is really surging in China as they reopen. But are they going to pivot back? So I think that's a really interesting one. You mentioned the dollar, and, you know, it's been relatively stable given what's going on, but that pullback has helped equities, right? We were talking this morning on the market meetup panel. S&P almost back in bull territory. The Nasdaq's up like 26% on the year, right? So, you know, the dollar pulling back from those highs that we saw, you know, late last year, pretty incredible. You know, the surge that we've seen in equities. I think that's a really interesting underlying tone. Dollar down, dollar stability. Equities can really perform well. But to me, like, the inflationary story is still by far and away the biggest piece. And yes, we're not getting Fed news this week. But take a look at what markets are pricing from an interest rate perspective. And, you know, you go out, you use that CME FedWatch tool, and you can just go month by month. And you're out through December, like of next year, there's no meaningful percentage chance that rates get above 5.5, right? And I think that's a fascinating thing, because that's expected to happen like in July. And then what? We're just going to languish sideways and go lower. And I think to Alex's point about, you know, actual growth, it just doesn't feel like we're at a recessionary point. So markets are definitely not pricing more interest rate upside, and I think that is the potential biggest derailer here. If inflation stays stickier than we expect, they do have to go higher or stay higher for longer. Markets just don't seem to be in any way sort of digesting and pricing that.
One last thing before we take our first break. Yields, bonds rallied, yields broke. Right around that 8:45, 9 o'clock economic data numbers. We got PMI composite final that was a little weaker than expected. We got factory orders that was significantly weaker than expected. It was 0.9, it came in 0.4. ISM services came in a little lighter than expected. Is that why bonds broke? Or bonds rallied, yields broke? Because it certainly looks like that made bonds rally here. All three things that we got today, you know, light week for economic data, were all lighter than expected. So, and it all comes from these ISM and PMI numbers that we're seeing real weakness. Is that why this is happening?
Possibly, especially given the fact that it's happening somewhat in a vacuum. There's really not a lot going on. You start really thinking about sort of the logic that I laid out from the crude oil that I'm sort of taking as takeaways. You combine that with some of the other stuff we have, earnings being a little bit more of a disappointment, revenues and guidance outside of AI stuff not being super positive. I look at this as you have 240 or 254 of the S&P 500 names right now. So even on a nice day, you only have half the names rallying. So again, this magnificent 7 that we're going to really spend the next 45 minutes talking about on this show, and I'm sure throughout the rest of our programming today, is masking the fact that this is really a story of big tech carrying the market on its back, and that can work, and it may work. But one of those names falters. Apple trips and falls and has a flop, let's say, with the AR set, or some sort of glitch comes out on one of its OSs and it sets back and has a backlash, whatever it is. I'm just throwing something out there with Apple. You don't have the other 495 names that catch it right now. You have 6, and they're all very, very tightly correlated. You know, I look back, and obviously I was in high school at the time, but 2007, 2008, 2009, a lot of the same macro commentary was being said in August of 2008 that the labor market's strong, things are looking good, and it can happen very, very quickly. Risk can happen very, very fast. So I'm not saying we have 2008, 2009 in front of us. What I'm saying is we got to be careful discounting risks. There are signs of risk out there. There are signs that counter those risks as well, but you can't just shrug off the risk because we have a new bull market or the S&Ps are on year-to-date highs. There are risks out there.
25% of the S&P stocks currently outperforming the benchmark. You're right. For 500 names in the S&P, we've got a lot of eggs in 7 baskets, right? And that's what we're going to have to deal with as a market. So we're going to cover all those 6 of those 7 in the next 2 days. But let's take our first break and come back with our first trade of the day, and that is Meta Platforms. The run it's had, historic. Take a quick break. Come back in 2 minutes with more Fast Market. See you then, everybody.
All right, SPY looked like it yeah, totally made that move. So I closed my shorts, thankfully, because that was making a cup and handle, looks like. But not much of a breakout yet. Barbecue did come down 24.53. So filled that gap there, which is good. I'd like to see this 23.40 area hold as support. More. Yeah, de-risking on Friday would have been a good play. Probably should have done that, but no problem. It's hindsight. You never know. Like, it's selling off. We could have just ripped back up, and then it would end up getting a higher price target or price on it, which I've done a couple times. But on Friday's been a pretty safe bet to close, especially with a pump like that. Well, like a nice little bottom here if you want to get more. Nice, kind of slowing down up here. Yeah, the top 34%. Yeah, look nice. Top looks good. All of BitBoy cryptos. Really? They out, huh? Got maybe a little RSI divergence for me on the 5-minute. See, barbecue 24.50, back to open.
Looks.
Alex, 98% of their revenue comes from digital ad spend. You know, this is a controversial company. Mark Zuckerberg is in some ironic way a unifier in that both sides of the aisle hate him, right? He's not popular with either side, yet he continues on with his path. And this, they keep growing numbers and they keep holding on to their numbers in terms of people on their platform. Instagram continues to get more and more popular. He's doing a lot of things, and this year of efficiency, it's a pretty smart move on his part. He's got everything going in his direction.
I think it's a dumb phrase.
Yeah, and so again, to kind of add to the context here, I think you guys.
All right, spines come down, little head and shoulders there.
The majority of it. What are we looking ahead to? Well, we're looking ahead to potentially
and a larger head and shoulder, or inverse, or sorry, RSI divergence.
That'll help obviously
RSI down here.
This turnaround that you've seen in the stock price. They've trimmed.
Well, I started a position up here, and I'll add to it. See if we're making even a head and shoulders here with a shoulder, head, another shoulder, or even shoulders down here.
I think asked though, why were they forced to do this? And I think part of it is, well, one, the cost of capital has gone up. Obviously, the risk-free rate's not zero anymore. Inflation has influenced things, but also I think they had kind of some poorly timed, very public investments into things that really just don't have the backing of investors right now fully, which is things like the metaverse. Their core business was declining last year, and they were burning a ton of cash.
And they were arrogant in their commitment to keep spending money when everything else was going south.
So at some point, the arm was twisted until Meta or Facebook, whatever you want to refer to, let's call it Meta, so that's what they go by now officially, had to cry uncle a little bit and kind of just deliver what the market wanted. You can't do that again, though. So now maybe it's back to a more reasonable price for what this core business is as a lean company. But that doesn't mean that there's not ebbs and flows of the market. That doesn't mean that if you were long this stock on the way up that you couldn't consider reducing exposure and taking advantage of this rally. So from a trading standpoint, Kev, it's hard to look at this any other way than contrarian to me, although I think the rally has been completely warranted and fair.
It got sold off much further than it ever should have. Nick, think about this.
Barbecue's now red on the day, 24.24,
even though
down 1%.
Facebook and Instagram might be unpopular to a lot of people. Yeah. You know what's more unpopular? TikTok. Right, and they compete with Instagram in terms of reels.
23.40. I'd like to see this level hold.
With some of this pushback on TikTok, that's making Instagram so popular.
We sit here and talk about it like investors and sort of see the umbrella view of all of it, right? And everybody makes fun of Facebook. The young kids make fun of Facebook because their parents are on it. Like,
yes.
I wonder how many people know Instagram's owned by the same company, right?
Yeah.
Honestly, like
the age demographic is
incredible
remarkable.
to know. Right? Do people really know that? And, we talked about the V and the K-shaped recovery during the pandemic. And you look at this
below there on barbecue.
You look at the last couple of months of stock trading here, and it's like, wow. This is an incredible chart. Zoom out to like a 3-year weekly chart on TOS. You're like, oh, this is the definition of a V-shaped recovery. Right. The question is, where is the top, right? And again, like, I wonder if Zuckerberg gets off these calls and goes, man, all the spin and all the noise. He's like, we're still doing metaverse stuff. I'm just not talking about it.
Exactly.
We're still doing, and he's like, and all of it's paid for. Almost 100% of it, to Alex's point, is paid for by this digital ad spend. Like he can do whatever he wants as long as that ratio works out.
Spins back up, they're going to be in a pretty nice place. Alex, go ahead.
Well, we were talking about this off air before this when in reference to Alphabet. So not to go too far off track, Alphabet has a huge portion of their business that is called other bets, and it's simply just, hey, maybe 10,000 of these are failures, but if one of them hits, it might change the world.
Right.
And so, you know, Facebook, formerly
2% on barbecue. There's 24 cents.
Some political heat, whatever you want to
One
say,
support
decided,
from
rather than
Thursday.
focus on this, we're going to shift into the metaverse very publicly.
Last one down here is 23.40.
It just happened to be kind of poorly timed. And
also from I think Thursday.
They have the luxury of being able to spend all this money, but if I'm an investor in this company, I may be invested in the digital ad company. I didn't invest in this AR, you know, Oculus company, and I think that's been the issue. From a trader standpoint, though, I just looked at this as simply a situation where you see volatility lower, you see a stock price up near its highs. If you just get a market pullback, these names may participate in that. If you just get a
rotation out of these names into others, Meta's RSI right now as we speak, 84.3.
Yeah, and so you start combining all of those factors, and you just maybe you're already long this company too, and you don't want to reduce exposure by selling shares. Doing complementary things around positions, being a little bit more agile and flexible in your shorter term, more active management part of your portfolio can lead to maybe you love this company long term, but short term you want to be a little bit more bearish or bet on volatility increasing and some sort of a pullback. So I looked at something that will benefit from both of those things. Not a huge move, somewhere a little bit under 10% of a pullback in this name to about 250. And so I looked at a put calendar in this one, selling June 30th expiration, buying the July monthlies. It's a little bit under $2, but for the
3-week spread.
Motion chart, we're definitely in depression entering hope.
This, I used a $2 debit just because it's a little bit easier round number.
Is that before the final leg down?
$200 in risk, $190 if you use the kind of at the real-time prices. But the other thing that's nice about this strategy, and I know
talking about on barbecue or the market?
Is you don't have to agree with the logic I'm laying out. If there's a strike available that's closer to what you believe is a reasonable price point target, this is more about precision than it is direction. So I chose 250, kind of corresponding.
BIS up 10.
Had been not that long ago, kind of a round number as well.
The freaking range on this thing is crazy. I think it's 5x since its earnings.
Investor, but you can see how it performs. It's more about being more right than it is about just saying, oh, I think this.
It's a month ago.
You can see the apex of the profitability graph is right
in 1 month.
3-week calendar put spread. Nick, your thoughts?
Goodness.
I love the, when
we started watching this thing down here. You guys were mentioning it. Bull flag breakout, another bull flag. Some of you guys took profits here, which was smart. I mean, but it ended up just consolidation before more bull flag breakout. It's crazy. The market, yeah.
How are you managing this too? And I think it's important to talk about the exit strategy, the rolling strategy. So you're not going to pin that exactly, probably. But getting that
looks like this thing wants to go for that 596
in the price of that, and that's where that purple line on the graph kind of
550
starts to ramp up and look a little
close to
bit
$6 there. Wow,
you're not looking again to
the range on this stock is crazy.
In that. So it is a directionally biased trade, right? Based on kind of what we were talking, the trajectory of the stock has been just crazy. And if you're wrong here, right, and it just continues to rip higher, well, it's a completely defined risk trade, right? So it's a nice look at risk definition, but playing a little bit of a trend reversal. Again, you're not going to nail it, but that price is going to expand if we get a pullback. Then the question is where you want to get out, right?
Here's what I like about it, Alex.
Are you taking off all of it? Like, how do you pull yourself out of that trade, not just waiting for that graph to kind of come to reality?
Here's what I like about it. What you did a little bit different than what we do on this show is you went out 46 days on your July, and then your short is actually 3 weeks. It's the end of the month. It's 4 full weeks. So you've got a 6-week spread with a 4-week short on. That's why the Theta is probably a little lower than we normally see on one of these. But this is one of those, you don't really have to touch it or manage it on a weekly basis. I mean, your first expiration
183.50. You got a flush there on barbecue.
This is more of a volatility.
This is the level I'd like to hold around here.
This is looking for a sell-off in the name, modest sell-off, not a huge one, and as a result, implied volatility ballooning a little bit. It doesn't need to be massive. That's how this trade can benefit. Because what are you doing? You're trading July that you bought and you sold June. You're trading the difference between them.
Looks like it's
you're
just
not trading directionally
both like
on the
breaking
stock.
out now.
I thought Nick did a good job.
Film is
Look
break
at those,
out, cup and handle
not just
maybe.
the teal part of the risk profile. Look at that more violet colored part, because that's more reasonably how your positions are going to trade on a day-to-day basis.
The debit, whatever it is, somewhere between $1.87 and $2. That's the risk on this trade. And like I said, you've got that long side on for 46 days, the short side for about 3 weeks. Less than that. So really good look at something that you don't have to look at this week. You put it on and don't have to watch it, and it covers the next 46 days, the next month and a half in Meta platforms. All right, guys, let's take our second break of the show. Come back with our cash tag segment. Lightfolio will be on to talk about Apple. Take 2 minutes. Come back. See you.
Binance says US SEC chose to file a complaint today against Binance seeking, among other remedies, purported emergency relief. Binance all user assets on Binance and Binance affiliate platforms, including Binance US, are safe and secure. There's a green candle off of that level on barbecue. So if I was put more in, I would probably be scaling in some here. Binance says believe SEC lawsuit is baseless and we intend to defend ourselves vigorously. For nearly 2.5 years, Binance US has engaged in good faith with the SEC. This is Binance defending themselves against the SEC. Price of ingredients to make an English breakfast have risen to nearly $44. They should start having like an American breakfast or a French breakfast, or that's outrageous. I don't even spend that on dinner. 78% of Americans say inflation will increase in the coming months. Paul Tudor Jones has said that AI will drive a productivity boom similar to what the personal computer and internet did in the 1980s and 1990s. Birth rates in the US have dropped more than 20% since 2007.
Developer conference. I think a lot of eyes are on it. It's not as big as the keynote, the annual keynote that they have in September.
Fall, right.
Gets a lot more. Yeah, they get a lot more views. But this one is expected to unveil a new product.
Yeah, it's coming back down to test that support
reality,
aids.
Augmented reality headset. I think it's gonna.
The Head and Shoulders formed. We've talked about that this morning.
Which is legit.
And we saw that support there, so
new product in quite
be
some
good if
time
this
for
support
Apple.
held though.
Investors are really excited about it. You can see the stock price.
Yeah, you
hitting
got this
all-time
head, the
highs
shoulder,
today
shoulder.
as we
So
speak. So I think that's gonna carry a lot of weight to see how people react to that new product development. We'll be
it's the bull
monitoring it
flag
in real time.
failed right
So I
here.
think that's really important.
That was the
But
sell.
when you look at it overall, you got to ask yourself:
Friday.
is this company, is it correctly priced at whatever 184.50, which is basically an all-time high? I can remember when it crossed $1 trillion. Now we're closing in on 3. It's PE ratio is 31, so it's getting up there. but it's also a dominant company. I mean, when you look at their last quarter revenue, it slipped a little bit, I think 3%. And overall smartphones were down double digits, but iPhone is clearly winning. They're picking up steam. In fact, when we look at the data, that's, number of people talking about switching to iPhone versus switching to Android, it is a stark comparison. I mean, you can see it. I think the switching to iPhone is up about 46% on a 3-year comparison, whereas switching to Android is down 19% on a 3-year comparison. So they are going.
Yeah, let's make Androids even cheaper.
iPhone is absolutely, they're the dominant player here in the U.S., but they're starting to take more and more market share all over. So this is, obviously this is their main product, and I think that it's key that even when smartphones are
Google
pulling back,
I charge $2,000 for their
switching to
Pixel
iPhone
Flip.
at a much faster rate than they're switching to an Android. So they're picking up a lot there. But the bad news is, when we look at, for example, their web data, people visiting apple.com, which gives us a peek into their revenue. It's not nearly as strong as other companies like Chewy I mentioned before, has a very high correlation to revenue. Apple.com is correlated to the revenue, not that high. But you can see it's down about 8% on a year-over-year basis. And even when we look at the product level, all products are kind of pulling back when it comes to consumer demand. I think AirTags is positive, but the rest of them are negative. So there's a little bit of, I think if you wanted it, you already bought it kind of scenario, which I think is why people are so excited about this headset, because nobody's bought the Apple headset yet, right? You may have a new iPhone last year, or you may have just got the AirPods upgraded, whatever, and you don't need anything for a while, but nobody's got the headset because that's just now coming out. So I do think this is it's a good opportunity for them to shake things up and get investors and consumers a little bit excited about their product lineup this week, but we'll have to wait and see what happens with it.
Not sure how recent that data is, but the new Macs came out very quietly just last week. Those are iterative updates, but fascinating to see your data here landed on the AirTags. They kind of had a slow launch a couple of years ago. Nothing's really changed. Now it's like, boom! It's just a massive uptick in terms of demand. I've been reading about the headset as well. There's so much buzz about what it's going to be. They have to be looking at this and saying, anytime we have a new product out there, people just flock to it, right? I mean, I think the question to me is, how does it fit into the ecosystem? Have you seen anything that kind of pulls that together? Because all the phone and the AirTags, all that kind of mobility stuff makes sense. It seems like a pretty far leap to think you're going to see people start walking around on the street wearing the goggles. I don't know. Are you seeing anything that shows where that demand is coming from? Is it gamers, or where does it fit into the ecosystem, I guess is the question.
Right. Well, I mean, one thing that you've touched on, and I think we can assume, is that it's going to fit in very well with existing Apple products. I don't know exactly how, but it's going to fit in really well. That's what they do. I mean, it makes it so you'll probably pull it out of the box, put it on, and it's already set up, right, and it ties to your phone and AirPods and whatever else. I would think that gamers would be the primary target, and bringing new gamers in would also be it. So the hardcore gamers, of course, are going to be interested. But I think if you can get someone that isn't a gamer to start thinking about using it casually at home as kind of a fun tool. I know a lot of the other headsets, I've seen a lot of people who aren't gamers use those, and it's really fun. It's like a viral kind of, hey, let me try it next. It's really neat. And if Apple nails this, I think that they could really establish themselves as a dominant player in this space, and it could actually add some momentum to headsets, which I think have been kind of, initially they're cool, but they've been waning a little bit. So this could be a big pop.
Listen, I think what's going on with the metaverse and these headphones. I remember there was a quote by Steve Jobs when they were talking about one of the original Apple computers. Remember, he said, "Make it look like a face." I'll go one step further. Until they make these headsets look like a pair of Oakleys, they're not going to be as popular as they think. Make it look like a pair of Oakleys, and it'll get popular. Landon, thanks for coming on, as always, spending some time with us. We always appreciate it. Day one of the Magnificent Seven show. You'll be on tomorrow covering Tesla. I know Folio will be doing one of those, so we'll see you then. Have a great day, Landon.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Yep.
Thanks, Landon.
Nick?
There's your bounce on support on barbecue.
It's a big day for Apple. It's not as big as the one in September, like he mentioned, but it's still a big day, right?
Yep.
Are we setting up for disappointment? Like again, I'm going to hit up the numbers here on Apple. The low on January 3rd was $124. The end of the year was $129. It was actually down the first day of trading. Now it's trading $184. The RSI, 77. So everything we're talking about today is in overbought category, maybe except NVIDIA. It's come down off its highs. But how do you look at Apple, and you have a trade for us?
Could be the overbought 7 potentially, right?
Exactly.
But it's like, put it in other terms. Let me read you these market caps. United States of America, right? 44 trillion, right? Keep going. China, Japan, Hong Kong, India, UK, Apple, Canada, Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, exactly.
Think about the market cap that this stock controls.
Saudi Arabia, the company that controls the world's energy, is not as big as Apple in
Bigger
terms
than
of their
all
market
but 7 nations, right?
Yeah.
So it's pretty hard to think that today's announcement is going to move that significantly, but there is so much excitement about new products, and there's so many people, and we talk about Facebook, Meta, just how many people are engaged. Like, it's a spectacle now to watch Apple's events, and this is second to the iPhone event in September. But there's so much buzz. I think it's really hard to think pre-launch with a hype video essentially coming out today, there's going to be a negative impact on this. They're not going to flop, right? This is what they do. They're going to come out, they're going to have a shiny event go on for an hour or two, and there's a lot of buzz around it. So I think playing that market trend and what typically happens on these events is important. But we're not going to know for a couple of quarters how this thing actually looks. They probably, assuming they launch it today and it costs a couple $1,000, think about
if it's $3,000, that's about $2,200 too much.
Think about what, like AirPods aren't its own category, right? Things that are on
services,
everybody's ear every day, they're not a category. So how is it going to really impact the bottom line? I think it's going to be a service, to your point. It's going to be to work to get more people into gaming, more people into some other set of services we probably haven't even thought of yet. But it's not going to impact the bottom line for a while. This is a momentum kind of trade. I have the same worry here that I do about Meta. That just that this vertical trajectory of the stock is just like, how far can this thing go? So I think today's interesting. After this news dies down, there's not a lot of news out there for quite a while.
Everything we're complaining about in terms of these 7 stocks leading the way, it's still happening today. Nick, show us your trade in Apple.
Yeah, so this is a call fly going out to the 14th of July, the 185.90 200 call butterfly. So buying the lowest strike, the 185s, selling the 190s twice, and buying the 200s. So you have some room to the upside here. But it's a negative delta trade because your risk is to the upside.
It's bigger, right?
So it's a range bound type play that's a little different. No risk to the downside here, right? You're basically doing this for even money. Ironically, live just ticked to 0.00, so you're doing it for almost even money. It's bounced around between paying nickel, receiving nickel. Getting a credit is probably going to be tricky, but call it even, right? Which I think it's kind of a fun.
Which gives you no downside risk.
It gives you no downside. And you can structure this the other way as well, or if you wanted no upside risk, you could structure that. I'm just a little worried, this trade, like I always kind of like to say, what does this trade mean to me? I'm a little worried that, depending on what comes out today and then sort of a news vacuum for them between earnings, there's just nothing to really continue to propel it higher. It could drift higher, and that's perfectly fine for this trade.
Well, that's what this trade wants,
This wants to drift higher. But if there is a pullback, if something happens, there's no risk to the downside. What you're not expecting here with this trade is a blowout to the upside, which I guess there's risk of that still, right? But with all the news coming out, unless today's a real whiz-bang kind of day, and these June events don't tend to be, right? It's not like there's something really, really fascinating that's going to throw the stock up 5% from here, right? So
an unbalanced butterfly that takes a long $5 call vertical, subsidizes it with a short $10 call vertical, thus getting your net debit or the risk on this trade on the downside to 0. Now, there is risk on this trade, and that is on the upside. Through the 190 level, probably, anything over really 190 is risk to the downside that you can see. So you have to understand the risk on a trade like this. If you don't like that upside exposure, this might be the right trade. But the great thing, and I hope the thing that you're learning from this show, is to take these fundamental strategies like the butterfly and use your imagination to get the most desired outcome.
Crypto dumping, because that what one of you guys said about BitBoy selling all their Bitcoin.
All right, great job, Nick, as always. Coming up next, we We've got a market update from Ben Lichtenstein. And then
Lichtenstein
is going to talk about our third stock of the day. That's NVIDIA. We just keep going.
Why is it NVIDIA, not NVIDIA?
Take a quick break, come back with more Fast Market in a few minutes. See you then, everybody.
He sold off. BBBYQ. My SPY's kind of bull flagging now. Closed my shorts. All gain. Yeah, just not doing what I was thinking yet. I'll wait for it. Still doing a cup and handle breakout move. It looks like. Kind of in this aggressive channel still. I'm putting up a poll for you guys to vote on. Thank you guys for your likes. 1246. 31 likes on the day. Not bad. Not bad. We'll take it for a happy Money Monday. Come in, stop on by, throw a thumbs up, get out of the cave you've been lurking from. Vote on the poll. Top's looking good. Holding up above VWAP so far. 5 little bull flag breakout maybe happening. Lichtenstein.
And the NASDAQ to new highs for the year, and that's really what's attracting attention as we begin the week. Kind of a light week in terms of economic data and earnings, but yeah, as mentioned here, we saw the SPX up to, well, just shy of 4,300. 4,297 is where we topped out. We're not far from that as we speak, up by about 1/3% on the day. You've got the NASDAQ up to 14,660. You can see
thanks for subscribing.
Just off that high,
Akukala.
0.7% here
Akukala.
today. Look at the Russell, look at the Dow. Neither of the two majors, large caps or small cap, heavy index, were able to take out the session highs from Friday. We saw a big run up, if you remember, after that jobs report here. So to see the S&Ps and the NASDAQ following through, just continuation of that bid where we've seen
moving up
really
a bit.
Tech, Kevin,
Not sure where we're going to get resistance on this thing.
A possible retest for the S&Ps of that 4,300 level. You've got everybody cheering on the move up through the Feb highs, 4,200, and this continuation, as I mentioned here. But I've got my eye on those highs from last August, still up around 43.27, I think it is, in the SPX here. Still, again, that August high from last year is yet to get taken out. So the Russell, kind of a reminder of the fact that the breadth, the span of this rally we've seen has been somewhat narrow.
Well,
so
I've got some levels here.
the indices, again, kind of a mixed bag to begin the week, but new
429,
highs
43, just breaking right now.
Bonds and bond yields.
429.78.
The show, the yields were up early this morning, went negative as we started the show. Now they're climbing back up as bonds and notes are now selling off. Ben, these are all over the board interest rates.
Monday,
where we're seeing that pattern play out here, Kevin. If you remember last week, Monday, we saw the 2-year spike up to 4.63, I think it was, and then came back off throughout the rest of the week after some hawkish tone from Fed speakers early in the week, and then that dovish mention of potentially a pause or a skip, I think they were calling it, towards the middle of the week. But I think what we're seeing here today is probably a little bit more reflective of what's going on in terms of those auctions scheduled for today. You've got the short end, that 3 to 6 month going off an enormous amount after the Fed getting green lighted here now with that debt ceiling bill being passed and ultimately opening up the door for them to auction off some of that U.S. debt. So keep an eye on Treasury yields.
Let me
Speaking
think.
of volatility,
Sure.
Bitcoin to the downside on some news that the SEC's suing
Thank you, Ace. Or no, wait.
and ultimately we saw
Thank you, Ace. Appreciate it.
initially higher. And
Thanks
then
for the dono, buddy.
around 75. That came in reaction
Gee,
to
it's been a while since I've heard that one.
Announcing production cuts are going to
Ink.
continue through July.
Sure.
Or I said should say through the end of the year, but then
Or
Saudi
allow me.
Arabia
I
and
might have to
Saudi
play
Arabia
one
going
again.
ahead and unilaterally cutting by 1 million barrels per day. A bit of a surprise there.
Let me
That's through
think.
July. So it's
Sure.
not just the indices that we're watching today.
Oh,
Bitcoin,
wait, you can
crude
actually
oil,
play the
multiple
GIF?
markets on the move as we begin this Monday.
A world-class market update brought to you by the host of the Future Show.
That's
Brad
awesome.
Steinbeck.
I didn't even realize that.
All right, now let's get to our final
Hi, moving up. High of the day.
trade
There
of
it
the
did it,
day
429.50.
in our Magnificent Seven series. Now let's go out to Salt Lake City, Utah, to Mr. George Tillis. He's going to break down NVIDIA for us. George, everything we're talking
NVIDIA.
about for the last couple days about the overbought NASDAQ, overbought tech stocks, everyone's ignoring us, but NVIDIA not so much. It's come down off its highs, George.
Yeah, it has come down off its highs. I mean, one of the interesting things about NVIDIA, I mean, we know that it's the leader when it comes to discrete graphic processing. And if you look at its revenue breakdown, it's actually demonstrating some nice revenues in total in data centers and, of course, gaming. Those are the two largest components of its revenue base. But one of the things about the business itself is we know that data visualization is the key ingredient to artificial intelligence and fast processing from a GPU standpoint. But the company's actually been growing pretty significantly in the automotive space. It's a small percentage of their total sales, but nonetheless, if you look at the last quarter's sales report, automotive actually grew by 115% year over year. So it's a small and upcoming component of its business. But, you know, if you look at the overall revenue breakdown, despite beating the earnings and, of course, top-line sales in total for the quarter when they reported on the 24th of May were down about 13%. But it was the guidance. And if you look at the guidance, they moved the target for revenue to over $11 billion from $7.19 billion that they earned in the previous quarter. That's about a 52% increase in sales for the quarter over quarter or sequential growth. The other thing is I know this is going to sound counterintuitive, but despite the move we saw, which is plus 30% from the lows to the highs after earnings, the stock is actually cheaper. And what I mean by this is if you look at the earnings per share estimates prior to the earnings and then post earnings and you do the math, the estimates for 2024 were $4.53, which prior to the move put the earnings multiple on a forward basis at 67 times. Now the earnings estimates have actually increased by 42% to $7.78. That means the forward multiple is actually down to 50 versus the 67 forward multiple, even though the stock is higher by 30% post earnings. So in other words, from an earnings standpoint, it's cheaper. And again, some would say maybe the price is a little bit of extended, but for those who thought the stock was expensive prior to earnings, the stock is actually cheaper now from an earnings standpoint.
It just feels like with a 200 plus PE, you know, relative to the other names we talked about, Drew, you got Meta and Apple kind of around 30, right? I mean, the PE is just still massive, however you look at it. Do you think it's just means stage set for bigger potential failure if they reverse these numbers, or is this just like all clear based on your analysis you just said?
Yeah, Nick. So one of the things is you're looking at the trailing multiple. The sales were actually down for the quarter, and also earnings were down when they reported earnings last quarter. So that's why the multiple on a trailing basis is so large. On a forward basis, it's actually, like I said, cheaper than prior to the earnings. So we're seeing the multiple compress on a forward basis, but again, from a trailing basis, it's very expensive. I would say this, that, you know, looking into the next quarter's guidance, some would speculate that maybe the revenue guidance was way out of line relative to what they could deliver. But if they do deliver that, and if they can actually increase the estimates next quarter even further, I mean, the stock could even move higher from here. The forward multiple of 50 times 2024's earnings is about 2 times its EBITDA growth. So maybe it's a little bit pricey. Maybe the stock will come in a little bit. For those who missed the opportunity, I'm sure they're waiting for that. But nonetheless, if they do hit these numbers for next quarter's guidance and sales,
yeah,
you could make the case that it's
Getty is popping up today.
No, it's made this huge run up, about 174% on a year-to-date basis.
Thanks, George. Always appreciate your help. We got to run. We're running out of time. Our trade for today in NVIDIA is going to be something on the bearish side, as the stock is significantly overbought, a little less than it was, but as you know,
not sure if there's news on this or what.
Three trades. This is very similar to a trade that Nick did, but on the more bearish side, and that is going out to the June 23rd, so 2 full weeks from where we are now, actually 3 full weeks, 2.5 full weeks. We're going to go to the 380 put, buy 1 of the 380 puts, sell 2 of the 370 puts, and then buy 1 of the 365 puts. So again, an unbalanced butterfly to the downside, giving you short about 5.5 deltas here, that if there's a massive move, and the moves in NVIDIA, as you know, have been massive, you're not in jeopardy of the downside of any exposure. This is one that only gets better on the downside, but the trade-off, and there always are trade-offs, is there is some exposure. The $2 debit is what you have risk if the stock were to move to the upside. So some good news is a little more of a short delta, a downside play, not something you want to do if you're not, at least for the short term, bearish in NVIDIA. But that's our show for today. Thank you to Nick Theodorakis for coming on as always. Next Gen Investing is coming up next with Alex Coffey and Jenny Horn. For all of us here at the TD Ameritrade Network, have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Might want to take a short up here, but not sure if I want to wait for Apple to get going. Market could definitely get volatile with that. Up a little engulfing candle. Yeah, the pole is close. Pole is very close. I don't think I can play the audio. We'll just yaz it up. But enough closed captions. All the pretty pictures. $50-50. Oh, 53 to no now. Wow. The yeses were the early yeses. The no's just came in and put a halt to it. I'm moving. I think there's a little anticipatory rally on the SPY. Well, it won't be the audio. It'll just be some visual. If that changes your vote at all. I might put some of the audio in. There is some talking, but I don't. Stronger nose. You have spoken. Go. Thank you for participating. Polls closed. SPY's ripping up. I think this is a little Apple rally. Maybe not. You only got 16 votes on that? Oh, what a joke. Sorry, that was me. You guys are silly. The rest of you are just actual lurkers. Barbecue? Fine. Jedi! That's why you guys voted no. You secretly knew you were going to get Jedi.
Week, we're getting to the tail end of it. We'll start getting the Nikes of the world here soon. This is a time for the market to sort of sit and digest.
Triple down will definitely fix it. Yeah, you might be getting the final, might be the final dip here, or if it's bullish, might be the final low.
Let's do the first one.
The news that we get.
This is another name.
But not to say it won't stay here and we could hang out around this level
Say, at least in terms of some of
for a
these
week.
mega-cap names, this is the
But it might not.
gainer on the session, up about 0.3%.
There's a little volatility on SPY. I think that's probably from Apple.
Raising its price target to $300 a share from $270 with an outperform rating.
Chief will be allergic to the blundering.
Instagram's global daily active users accelerated in the month of May, with U.S. daily active users returning to year-over-year growth after
You got an engulfing candle there.
Declines, highlighting really the success of Reels capturing now that user engagement. They believe that Instagram represents about a third of Meta's ad revenue, and Instagram's U.S. April growth saw about 17%, and in May 19% on a year-over-year basis, which they think is incremental now towards its monetization. Additionally, Oppenheimer
no, it's not engulfing. I'm sorry.
Price target on Meta to $350 from $285 with an outperform rating, saying that Meta is well positioned to drive higher pricing and engagement from its AI investments. They believe now these investments have been major reasons for the company's outperformance versus some of its digital advertising peers, and they can see this continuing now for the remainder of this year. And actually, interesting enough, still call this stock highly attractive year to date despite its outperformance. I mean, shares are up almost 130% now on the year, up 212% off their 52-week low, Alex.
Yeah, starting to get some big percentage numbers when you look at a company like Meta. We actually talked a lot about this one about an hour ago on Fast Markets. So I'm going to say down vote for that reason. If you want to see sort of those longer conversations around this company, check the rerun, or maybe you already saw them. But what I will say, Jenny, for Meta, this comeback, and particularly this.
Oh, Jenny's in the
particular
chat.
name,
Wow.
Seems warranted. I mean, this is a company that was
Bad
spending
day
a
for
ton of
Jenny.
money on sort of future endeavors.
Alex is even talking about watching reruns of them.
It was really watching its core business.
You guys can't even put
sort
Jenny
of
in the chat.
contract much of last year. Throw into that some of the macro uncertainty, higher interest rates, and everything alike. It made sense that this stock really went lower. However, it's cut 25% of its workforce, and it's really focused on its core business again, and it's now watching digital ads sort of return to growth. And so all of that considered, it explains the comeback. The question now is, where does it go from here? Obviously, these analysts providing some optimistic points of view. This has been a big run, so we'll see. A pullback could be in store for the name, but generally, it's not like we're watching some AI stocks surge for no reason. This company makes a lot of money. It's become a little bit more lean, a little bit more efficient. I think it makes a lot of sense. So we'll see where it goes from here. Next one is Target. This is a little bit tougher conversation, but let's see what the analysts have to say.
I mean, totally a different conversation here with Target shares now down about 12% on the year, down 19% over the last 12 months. And actually, on Friday, we saw them snap ever so slightly their longest losing streak in nearly 23 years. So this name chart is ugly. So KeyBank did downgrade shares to sector weight from overweight without a price target today. The analyst does still believe in the company's margin recovery story long term, but downgraded the shares on increasing consumer headwinds over the next 12 to 18 months. They did also lower their 2023 and 2024 earnings estimates further, even below consensus, and they do not believe the street has factored in a major incremental headwind, that being the fact they see a growing risk of student loan payments, likely pushing out Target's margin recovery story at least another year, as those are set to ramp up again later this year. So I thought that was an interesting headwind. Does make sense. We oftentimes talk about the way that Target has blown up across platforms like TikTok. It almost has a cult-like following. So those consumers expected to then be impacted by the resumption of those student loans. An interesting story, but shares down now about 29% from their 52-week high. They're just slightly off their 52-week low. Alex, a name that just is not able right now to catch a break after being what was considered one of the pandemic winners, at least in terms of retail.
Yeah, a company that's done a lot of things right over the years is watching sort of macro trends work against it.
There we go. Now we're getting a little Apple pump, maybe.
I really am glad that you pointed out that KeyBank analyst point around the resumption of student loan payments, assuming that that does take place, and its sort of outsized impact on a company like Target. I think that is a thought that I hadn't considered, and something that makes a ton of sense to me when you start thinking about the target demographic, the primary kind of consumer of a place like Target, particularly in more urban environments. It is sort of your millennial, maybe the older of the Gen Z type of a consumer who's going to be impacted by that resumption of student loan payments in an outsized fashion versus some of maybe its older generational peers. And so we'll see. I'm going to say downvote for this, or upvote rather for this, but the downgrade, of course, is not helping sentiment in the stock as it continues its slide, basically, I think actually at year-to-date lows. So we'll see where Target goes from here. Talk more about that one in the next segment. Next one is Tesla. A name that in some capacity finds its way on this show every single day.
It does, and for good reason. Right now pacing for a near 7-day winning streak, so quite the opposite of what we're seeing with Target. Citi raised its price target to $215 a share from $175 with a neutral rating, following the firm's 2023 U.S. vehicle density survey. Now, the survey, which they used to gain an edge on the single most important forecasting metric,
It's still going?
autos,
Still dropping?
they said pointed to a surprisingly strong
consolidating.
density outlook.
Yeah, one of you guys came in here and said all the BitBoy guys are going to sell out because that Bitcoin's going to 15K or something.
The survey supports a 19 million plus U.S. vehicle SAAR in the coming years. And while the survey does make the firm more constructive on
maybe
Tesla,
that's part of it.
their neutral rating does reflect valuation, what they see as some lingering near-term pricing risks. Now, we also got news today that Tesla did issue a voluntary safety recall of certain Model Y EVs due to risks of losing steering control. Now, I will say it doesn't seem like its price activity paid attention to that headline at all today. It was a relatively small amount of vehicles that were recalled, about 137 of those Model Ys. So all things considered, not a major recall, but Tesla, another name that's been on a tear this year, up 78% now year to date, down 115% from their, or up 115% from their low. It's amazing though when you look at this chart because they're still down about 30% from their 52-week high. So even in spite of this gain, we are still well off price levels we once saw, Alex.
I believe the last time you were in this studio was the Thursday before the Memorial Day holiday weekend. This stock closed at 84.47. It has not charted a red day since. It has been straight up to the moon, back to Tesla, leading the charge for the market. Basically, let's call it at year-to-date highs, almost 220 a share. This is one where you blink and you just miss it. Like you said, you just pointed out, it's almost $400 at one point. Or even higher than, yeah, 414 at one point in the last few years. It then traded all the way basically down to $100 to start this year, and it's back to 220. You blink and you miss it. This stock goes all over the place. That's why it's so popular. It's why it's in all the headlines. It's got the CEO that loves to make headlines in his own ways. It's got everything. It's got something for everybody. You want the drama from a stock trading standpoint, you get it. You want it from a leadership and headline making, you got it. And it makes a pretty cool product. So it all makes sense. Gonna say downvote though. We talked about it late last week. So for the sake of the viewers, although I'm sure they would love a dedicated Tesla segment every single day, I am gonna say we gotta switch it up. We'll probably come back to it maybe as early as tomorrow. Next one is Celsius.
Celsius, I was going to say, maybe I should go on PTO more often then because it seemed to bode well for Tesla shares. But our last name today, Celsius, like you mentioned, another name that has seen some strength today, actually the best performer of these four, about 4.5%, and now up 115% over the last 12 months, just right around its high today, and up 180% from its 52-week low. Piper Sandler, though, did raise its price target to 165 from 130 with an overweight rating. They did also raise their 2023 and 2024 sales estimates and continues to believe that Celsius can drive sustainable volume-driven share gains with near-term U.S.-focused growth. They said international expansion remains a long-term leg of the story that also does not appear to be priced in. But this name, very much loved among the analysts that cover it, has an average rating of buy with no sells. Price targets ranging all the way to 165 a share, which was Piper Sandler, so new street high price target today, but well above where we're currently trading by about $20. We're trading
I actually saw Celsius the other day in a store.
Share now, Alex. So apply some upside. Celsius is
I've maybe seen it before, but I rarely see it, and I hear about it on the show pretty frequently.
Around the office, and I'm coming around to Celsius. I was only a Monster Energy drink girl, but these taste okay.
Shouldn't
gonna ask you that. I was like, are you warming
save
up
your
to these a little
body?
bit? I feel like the sentiment has changed.
Spare
around
your
this.
body,
I think it's a
monsters.
testament, to kind of the targeted marketing that this company has taken. This is an example of one of the firms that realized
I have the year on SPY. Whoa, that's Apple volatility.
New mediums like TikTok and
What the?
podcasts and YouTube
Gotta be.
being a primary growth driver, particularly for younger consumers, of which I would say energy drinks
Oh, it's
primarily
not.
are
What in the
targeting younger
world?
consumers. This one in particular targeting more active younger consumers, probably a little bit more health conscious as well. At least that's the kind of the brand perception.
That was weird.
So it's been impressive, and also because it's still relatively a new entrant into this space, it can actually still post crazy growth numbers. And I think the market's been warming up to that as well. I consider this, although very different, much like the On shoes that we've talked about, much like the Hokas, things that you start seeing more and more that are going against these big like Monster or Nike, these big monstrous companies that just didn't have real competition or had like one real competitor. Now they got these new entrants that are really making a splash. So gonna say upvote. This chart makes even the names like Nvidia's chart and Meta look like child's play.
I know, even though I do still favor Monster, I will say from a chart perspective, Celsius is one of the most interesting charts we have. So
Monster is like the best performing stock of all time.
As well as, of course, Celsius with our chart master coming up next. We'll also be looking at some example trades. Stick around to
Be sure.
Investing. We'll be right back.
From 1 penny. At 35. $40,000%. More than that, I started that at 9 cents. The SPY's maybe making a top here. Kind of breaking out of that tight channel it was climbing up in. I'm not sure yet. MACD did flip bearish. See if we get a red candle under the 9. Is that engulfing? Close. Whoa. Pretty big red candle there. Alright, well, wait for a little pullback. I'll probably grab a short now. Seems to be setting up head, shoulder, shoulder here. Momentum flipped. This is basically engulfing. I don't know what this is though. Is this from crypto? We'll see. Maybe it was same thing happened here. Maybe we'll go back. I don't know. Chart's pretty ugly and choppy today.
They're getting more popularity when they're not hard to find. When you're accessible, you're in the view of the consumer. Either you're really trying to advertise, or the store, Target, whatever it may be, knows people want to buy them.
Yeah, I completely agree. I feel like this used to be a treasure hunt item where you couldn't really find Celsius anywhere, and now they're pretty much everywhere, which definitely, of course, I think speaks to the outperformance we're seeing from a chart perspective. But we'll start things here with Target, as Target is not as positive of a story, to put it lightly. But here to tell us more on the technicals, I'd like to welcome in our chart master, Rick.
Chart masters.
I have to say that Target is one of these names that also does have a very strong cult-like following almost that really loves Target. People will tell you how much they love shopping at Target. It's a whole experience, but chart-wise, not looking so great.
No, it's looking quite rough actually since we had our last earnings event.
Right.
We're down about 17% from that point now. And we can see on the chart here, we've broken through, shattered really those yearly lows that we saw previously near the 140 mark, this red dashed line here. And today I chose to include a study called Bollinger Bands on our chart here. What this study does is it makes a 20-period simple moving average, which is this yellow line, and then it extrapolates 2 standard deviations above and below to create these purple bands here. Now, this is a study that helps us visualize volatility because when the bands are expanding, volatility is increasing. When the bands are contracting, volatility is decreasing here. You can see that there's a very large increase in volatility starting around this point here. This was also significant because we had a close below that lower Bollinger Band. That's typically regarded as a sign of further weakness and bearishness to come. Still though, there's kind of 2 schools of thought about this. Do you feel like the move is getting too stretched thin and it's due for some mean reversion at that point? Or do you view it as a sign of impending further weakness and that the trend will continue here? That's the choice you have to make as a trader. That's kind of the 2 ways you could interpret what's been going on lately with this company here. You can see that we had closes far below that Bollinger Band, just riding it downward for quite a long time here until we had this green candle that hopefully for the bulls at least marked a bottom near 126.75. So it's looking like we're fading a little bit once again today, but the Bollinger Band can also help give us a potential target where we might find a stopping point if the move continues to fade here. So consider as well that our momentum indicator, our RSI, is pretty strongly in the bearish side of the camp here. So we're seeing momentum bearish. All our moving averages are trending downward. Our price is below all of them. It's seeming like perhaps the recipe could be more further bearishness in this name to come if we break through these lows once again here. So 126.75 is the point to watch to the downside. To the upside,
AP's rallying again, 5%. Wow.
Right here, an exponential moving average that comes in around 137. That could be a potential area where you might expect to find some resistance. The shorter term moving averages are really all you can go on right now because the long ones have been outpaced so badly by this extreme price move that we've seen here.
Yeah, so pretty much all signs point to negativity is what I gathered there, Rick, but 126 to the downside. I mean, about $4 below where we're currently trading, so I think it seems fitting now. We look at an example trade that does lean into this bearish momentum that we have seen now over the last several sessions. So, Alex, I'm looking at Target, leaning more negative, I think, just to lean into the fact that this name, we only saw more continued headwinds from this analyst today. So walk us through what you're thinking.
Yeah, trying to go in line with the technicals as well as the analyst picture here. Not contrarian, just following
Jenny.
general consensus, it seems, amongst technicians and fundamental analysts at the moment in Target, which is one of bearishness, one of negativity. And looking at a trade that would benefit from not a ton of negativity.
This is the way.
Really any continued downside movement here, even in the event that if it is a little bit oversold here, doesn't need much movement to be at max profit. Looking at buying a put vertical here in this name, just simply going out to June 23rd. So just a couple weeks from now, buying one of the 132 puts, selling one of the 129 puts, $3 wide spread, $1.50 debit, risk one to make one, or in this case, risk 150 to make 150. 130.50 is a break even. You find that by taking that $1.50 debit, subtracting it from the long put of 132. That's left with 130.50 as a break even. It's pretty close to where the stock's currently trading.
Yeah, GME back to 24.77.
Over 130.
Up 0.45.
This has all the things that we kind of talk about as loose guidelines for this type of a strategy, Jenny. It's directional. We talk about a break even being pretty close to where the stock is currently trading, and we talk about equal risk to equal reward. All of those things kind of
Good Money Monday, Keenan.
Here with this particular example. But this is bearish. You're going to need the stock below that break-even price in order to break even. You're going to need it below 129 to get that full max profit. So it doesn't need a ton of negativity or a ton of bearish activity to get to max profit. But in turn, it also doesn't need much to get to max loss either. Above 132, this one's at max loss, which is 150 bucks. So pretty straightforward directional strategy here. Bearish leaning in Target, Jenny.
Yeah, now our next name today is shift gears here and look at something that's definitely more optimistic. That is, of course, Celsius with its move higher today, up almost 5% now on the session. So, Rick, walk us through what you're thinking, because as an energy drink lover myself, I love to talk when the energy drink market, at least for Celsius, is doing well.
Interestingly, I noticed that Costco now has bulk size things of Celsius as well, speaking to what you guys were talking about, its availability. So it seems like there's mainstream acceptance of this product here now. So also we can see, once again, I have Bollinger Bands on this chart, these purple lines that are kind of at the outer
Celsius, you say?
Activity here. We can see once again, right about here, was the point where we had a close outside of that upper Bollinger Band, and the band started to really widen out at that point. As you recall, a close to the outside of the upper Bollinger Band is typically regarded as a sign of further bullishness to come. In this case, it did play out. We had this earnings event here that sent things skyrocketing above a crucial level that I saw, this green dashed line near 118.50. That's about where we topped out here, and where the gap opened up at that point as well. So that's a key point to watch to the downside if things start to break downward again. We did see a node here forming as well once again, so suggesting some price acceptance. People were willing to put on some trades at these elevated levels near these all-time highs that we're seeing here. So today we find ourselves breaking to the upside from this upward channel type pattern here that we had encompassed by those two.
Back to VWAP, just below it.
We did make our way above that upper Bollinger Band once again today. I was a little surprised given how strong the move upward has been. We could be at that extreme price point once again relative to its own recent history.
It's kind of bear flagging on the 1 minute.
Back within the boundary here. So
you've got our momentum indicators across bearish.
you can also see that that can be a way to gauge where price
Still have kind of an RSI divergence here too on the 5-minute.
146 mark is where that Bollinger Band line comes in.
Well, cup and handle was such a weird slow move,
be noteworthy if it were to
and
happen.
then even came back down and retested.
Before we get to that though, momentum here.
Kinda choppy
RSI
today.
still bullish, still in the overbought area, and one thing that people often point out is bearish divergence here. RSI is actually trending downward as price rises.
AI is up
I think
8%.
I would argue against
Right to
that
bounce,
because
AI.
We already had kind of a reset where we were treated back to this 20 period simple moving average. We kind of bounced off it again there.
Give it to you.
I think that I would kind of argue that the move down
Fill
has
this
already
gap,
happened
then
in
come
this
back
case.
down.
If you're looking for a collapse in price based on bearish divergence in this case, you know, beware, be careful of that one because we're up near these upper extremes once again here. So
Extreme.
Look for a close beyond 146. If we do break to the downside, look right here near our 9-period exponential moving average coming in around 133.
Yeah, and when speaking to some of that strength we've seen, I think you highlighted a really important takeaway, and that's that new price acceptance. I mean, we've been in such a strong trend now for the last year. It seems like we sort of have to accept that we've reset a new valuation, at least when looking at Celsius, but we will leave it there. Appreciate all the technicals. Our chart master, Rick Ducat. So, Alex, when considering trading this name now, I think we're at all-time highs pretty much. We've lost about $2 off of the session highs, but still today making a new all-time high. All things look positive from a technical front, but then also that does give me some air of caution. So walk us through a more neutral to bullish leaning strategy, just considering we're looking at this name when it's right around its all-time highs.
Yeah, trying to add a probabilistic element to this, given that you're essentially chasing price at this point. Whenever a stock is making a new all-time high, you can kind of comfortably know you're at least buying a stock that's relatively expensive. Doesn't mean that it won't go higher, but you're not necessarily buying it at a discount, let's say, considering it's at the highest.
Last call on BBBYQ.
Rick had talked about some of those factors and reasons to potentially still like the name and be bullish. Also talked about that moving average around 133. I'd also say that a lot
That's
of
coming down more.
trading action before this run-up that we're seeing today, it sort of happened in the mid-130s. And so even in the event you do get a little bit of a pullback, maybe it finds some support there. I looked at a strategy that would benefit greatest if that was the exact thing that happened.
Heavy invested or curious invested? I'm not too heavy. I mean, no, I'm pretty heavy actually. Never mind. I mean, as you know, I've taken a big loss on it. So with the position size I have right now to get back to break even,
this essentially combines a put
I'd probably need
credit spread. What is unique about this and why it's not just
at least $1.
butterfly is it's selling a
maybe a little more
wide spread and it's only buying a $5
so,
wide spread. And so the ultimate reason for that is, well, it allows you to do this for a credit. And
pretty heavy, I guess. Yeah, I'm very heavy.
In exchange,
relatively.
Though, for a much higher risk. And so on this one, break even is way down at 129. You find that by taking that $1 credit, adding in the $5 debit spreads impact, and gets you down to.
They're not trying to bring in any news or any catalyst for why it's been dropping.
It perfectly pins at 135.
They,
it does, however, take a full $900
keep the political topics at bay.
To crater back below and
definitely still 99 then.
120. So,
genius. Hey, happy, you're hey trader. Happy trader.
But if it does break through that cushion, it does take a decent amount of risk for the reward.
Eyes moving down.
But will perform a lot like a short put vertical if the stock just holds on to its value. That's the idea of doing it for a credit. No upside risk. In fact, that's a profitable situation.
And it's sort of ridiculous. It's up even 5% now on the session. I know it's fallen off slightly. It's still a nice move higher today in Celsius.
That's it, Spy. Let it out.
Important to keep in mind for both of our trades today. They do contain multiple legs.
Apple's coming down some too.
Short options can be assigned at any time, and carrying option positions into
GME green to red. Up 4% today. Wow.
Or assignment. Now coming up next,
it started that.
FOMO. We are looking at Apple unveiling all of its new products, its new software updates.
GME started that lead down
from the tech giant. Shares are up about 2%.
Before Spy.
We'll discuss that more coming up next.
Spy caught up there. I play the Apple event, but then I remembered your guys' poll. Aggressive you were to say no. 30 minutes left for Pulte to say news? Why are you putting time frames on him saying news? He's announced any news coming up that he's going to say. It's almost certain it's not stock related. Bid for presidency. Spy selling off some more here. IEP, look at that cup on IEP. Either a double top or we're gonna get a little cup and a little handle and then a rally. Watch for that on IEP. Like Pac West little bull flag here on the hourly. You could also say it's its own little cup and handle here happening too. Daily, it still looks pretty bullish. There's a bit of an RSI divergence there. That was on a wick, so I don't know.
Confirmed this report as well, but obviously we do hear a lot of chatter, and so when there's smoke, there could potentially be some fire there.
Yeah, and Kevin, I'm curious, really the relationship between these names and say like an Apple. Like you mentioned, of course, that WWDC event is now underway. We're seeing several product updates as well as some exciting new features I was just reading about. But what kind of impact does that have, of course, on the telecoms? Because naturally you think iPhone, you think your cell phone carrier, but these names just from a
I don't think Pulte's going to have any effect on the market.
Close to any of the tech strength we've seen this year. I mean, all these names lower on a year-to-date basis, some faring slightly worse than others. I mean, AT&T is down almost 17%. So what does that relationship look like, and could we see it provide any sort of lift here that these telecom stocks so desperately need?
Well, it's really interesting when a lot of these price structures for these telecom stocks like Verizon, AT&T, they actually are purchasing the iPhones from Apple and then trying to subsidize that for the customer, or basically putting customers on these payment plans to pay off the hardware. So when it comes to Apple, they really for the most part, could care less who actually buys their phone. So I'm not sure how much of a boost it's going to be for them. I think for Dish, it will potentially be a little bit of a boost here because Dish has been losing a lot of customers to their linear programming, the traditional cable model, and they're trying to break into obviously this telecom space. And one thing that actually is very interesting, they actually have some deadlines coming up here with regulators in order to ensure that their infrastructure is actually meeting industry regulations, and they actually still have to test to make sure that the iPhone itself can work on their network system. So I think that's probably going to be the bright spot when it comes to the connection between Apple and Dish. Maybe not so much between the other ones, because at the end of the day, if they do see a drop off in customers, that actually might impact the amount of sales that Apple has. But it might be a little bit of a drop in the bucket. I don't think a lot of analysts have really looked at that yet, because all of these are just rumors at the end of the day. We haven't had anything confirmed. So right now, I think it's more of just the fear of losing market share. But I'm not sure how much Apple is going to really boost any of these telecoms anytime soon. If anything, Amazon can actually pretty much undercut a lot of the bigger names if they do go with the
Coin selling off more, 13% almost. Dude, the
the
range of this thing's crazy.
is the fact that when you switch
If I took the
carriers,
other
you
end of this
often
trade,
always get
I'd be up
introduced to a
60%.
free iPhone, which is always pretty nice, but then you're stuck with, I switched carriers and I regret that decision now. So I guess you get sort of what you
wants to
pay
fill the
for,
gap
but
today.
We will leave it there. Appreciate all of the insight. Kevin Green, Senior Markets Correspondent for the network.
I guess
Now I'd like
because
to bring back
Bitcoin's
in
selling
Alex,
off.
and it's time for FOMO.
Probably why
And
it makes
Alex,
sense.
This is a fun FOMO discussion because we're sort of getting the news as we speak regarding Apple's unveiling its several new products as well as software updates during its WWDC 2023 event. I have to say, from just a bird's eye view right now, the features I'm the most excited about are better autocorrect, they say, and also now you can transcribe audio messages. We were just saying how much of a pain those are, but now you could just read it instead of having to listen. And you can leave FaceTime almost
Android's
like
only been doing that for
voicemails,
like
you can send
15
someone
years.
FaceTime that they don't have to watch on demand. You can
Congratulations.
watch it later, which I think sounds very cool. So updates
iPhone
to your
users.
iMessage system has me excited, at least right now.
So my question would be then, and I don't disagree, some of these features sound cool, useful, but I'm not sure I was ever at a risk to not be an iPhone customer, and I'm not sure that it really gets me excited about the newest iPhone. So while it's important for them to make incremental improvements and acknowledging what this is a developers conference. This is not a product showcase.
Oh, they're on SPY, little bear flag breaking out.
Where their technology is going.
Got 427.72.
As it goes forward, but I just don't know what is the.
Need to be more patient on the day.
Moving
to be more patient. I chopped through here and down.
Yeah, I mean, I do
Would have been up
agree because this would not
pretty nice right here when I was up a little bit because
say,
recouping those losses.
Now I'm switching to use an iPhone. I do think
did see this cup and handle here though,
an Apple user already,
but it just didn't play out that nice with this
so
big
already. I think
handle
the
down
focus
here.
of this event, of course, is their new VR headset, which this conference does run for the remainder. You see, it's still running, so we'll get, I'm sure, further updates on that. But this VR headset is expected to be unveiled at about $3,000, and you compare that to Meta's VR headset, which has had a really tepid response, to put it politely, honestly, at about $1,000. So this
Apple
is
though,
going to be
that's a
pricey,
bargain.
And I read a lot of mixed feedback already. We're already sort of, I'd say, hyping up what is yet to be officially unveiled, but it's been in the making for about 7 years. It's been on the rumor mill for about the last year, and some that do really believe in Apple. I was reading Dan Ives, who's a notorious Apple bull, feels as though this is going to take all of the missteps of Meta's VR headset and make it better.
I might hold these contracts even
for a price tag that's 3 times that of Meta's headset.
That's
but
stupid.
Also,
I don't know.
There are some skeptics that say this is a really expensive product.
We get a candle like this on the daily.
Some of their new Macs,
a nice reversal candle.
$7,000, and at times,
At least to get back into the
talk about is the fact that consumers are spending less on goods, more on
zone
services.
down here. Fill this gap.
Time to unveil. Now they will be releasing less of these headsets. It's expected come this fall, so it won't be a product launch.
Close
like,
it and try and
the
rebuy in the evening.
This fall, but
probably the way to go.
Say at $3,000, this is a pretty niche market that it is sort of targeting.
That's the right word, and I think that Apple has the luxury to explore these marketplaces and have it really have no impact on the business. This is an iPhone company. This is an ecosystem company. This is more a services company now. And showcasing that, hey, look, we didn't let other companies do all this R&D in this space. We haven't neglected it. We've done our own as well. But, AR, VR in its current state, to me, might be being pitched as the next big thing, but to me so far it
Ooh,
looks
GME
to be
down
about
half
as big as
percent.
the next big thing.
Coming down to
that
test
for
this channel
voice
again.
recognition, Echo Dot, Echo Show.
Actually doing it right
Amazon
now.
Alexa stuff was supposed to be, you know, yeah, maybe people have them, maybe some people use them, but this was pitched. That was the first thing that was pitched as like, hey, this is the next big thing after, you know, smartphones. Hasn't really been the case. Apple's fortunate to be the primary player in North America, at least in the iPhone, and really bolstering its ecosystem. But I don't even think if you asked Apple that they're that concerned with the sales of this particular item or how popular it will be. If they can be the best in the space and show that their technology is good, developers down the road will run with it, and that's really the target for this. So I don't even think they're trying to sell these things that much. It's more of a reminder to the street, a reminder to developers, and a reminder to the world that we make iPhones, you love the iPhone, but we're trying other stuff too.
And it reminds me a lot of when they first launched the watch, and they were honestly terrible compared to what they are now. And I know because I've had several generations of the watch. They were sort of not easy to use, not super user friendly, and they sort of tweaked all of the issues they heard. So I would say the first headset we could expect to see some of those issues. They did also just unveil the iPad in terms of the 17 model of that, which feels ridiculous. And another cool feature I have to add is their name drop feature, where now you can basically airdrop a contact to someone, which does also excite me. But again, Alex, not necessarily getting in new users. This is just something that further adds to my loyalty of the Apple ecosystem. But when trading this name, we are seeing shares somewhat fall off a little bit in real time, down about 0.5% from their session highs earlier. But this name has been on an absolute tear. It closed up 3% last week, and it's up really strong on the year, up about 40% now.
Yeah, and I looked at something that's just outright bullish. There's no hiding from it. Stocks made a new all-time high. I think a lot of people have the fear of missing out to the upside. Maybe even consider buying stock outright or potentially calls. But I found a strategy that sort of mixes the two, using options to structure something that will mimic
Barber-coding hardcore.
kind of ownership of 100 shares of stock while seeking to reduce the time decay element of just being out.
Forza moved up again, or 60%.
Being risk defined, like being an option holder as opposed to an equity holder, may afford you. So it's called a call zebra. We've looked at these before.
Yeah, zebra.
Because Apple's a little bit more expensive stock, this is a little bit.
He's got a zebra right here, mate.
Apple right now in real time would cost
Synthetic long on the options chain.
some change. Even if you borrow on margin or whatever it may be to try to reduce that capital requirement, you're still talking about a big chunk of capital. I looked at a strategy here in which you buy 2 of the 177.5 calls in the June
touchscreen.
Sell 1 of the 185 calls just out of the money. That whole package for a $13.50 debit leads you to only having to set aside $1,350, and that's your total risk on this as well. The break even, you take the 625 or 675 rather.
So polite when she says things like that.
Half of the debit, you add that to the long call, and it gets you to 184.25. That's your break even. It's pretty close to where the
bottom.
I mean, trading. This thing's going to move around.
Or it's making a head and shoulders.
Penny for penny with the stock.
And it's actually breaking out of the
things that I think,
channel to the downside.
Strategy affords that are interesting is unlimited upside, defined risk,
Guys are hilarious.
and a break even pretty close to where the current share price is. It does take twice as much risk down to 177 as just being long shares would be, so keep that in mind. There's always a trade-off when looking at option strategies in lieu of something else, but risk defined, capital efficient, and unlimited upside for those who are super bullish in a name like Apple, Jenny.
And now Apple sort of coming back slightly, bouncing off its intercession lows, but also dragging on the NASDAQ. As you can see, things start to slip here as we see Apple shares falter ever so slightly. But we will leave it there for FOMO. Now, coming up next, we will look at Lululemon with some bullish analyst calls today, although shares are down 2%. Caroline Woods will break the story down for us coming up next.
Yeah, I think it's Wednesday. 7th, I think, is Wednesday. Yeah, this is accurate. Oh, I should have gotten my puts today if I wanted them. A bit late now. If it has a move to the downside, I don't think it's going to be all that great. Not like the move to the upside that it had, so yeah. but maybe some longer, more time on them to get a bigger retracement would be smart. You know, if we're gonna move back to these levels, 22 or 1940. Lumen halted pending news. Still halted, huh? There was speculation on this one, right? Then partner with someone? Wasn't there? Was it the Apple actually? Yeah, did this happen from the Apple event? This is what happens when we don't watch the Apple event, guys. We sometimes miss out. Looking very weak still. I closed out of some of my shorts. I'm gonna keep riding a few more. Might even add back in. Get like a little pop. But it's looking melty down to at least the lows of the day here. Front month COMEX copper for June delivery settles at highest level since May 10th. You don't say.
15% for Q2 and 16 to 17% for the full year. So pretty impressive. Had quite a few price target hikes on Friday, but getting a few more today. Barclays raised to $430 a share from $413, kept an overweight rating. So that implies nearly 20% upside from current levels. After the beat and raise, saying that Lululemon offered a full-year EPS guidance of between $11.50 and $11.72 per share, implying 18% earnings growth at the midpoint. So more bullish because of that. Meanwhile, Citi raised its price target to $450 from $440 and kept a buy rating on the shares. Says Lulu's Q1 sales and earnings were better than expected on every line item and much better than investors feared. Saying in a choppy macro environment in the U.S., Lulu grew sales 17% in the region.
How do you do it, Lulu?
The brand in its most well-developed market. Citi believes
that's freaking unbelievable.
Compelling growth stories in retail, and I'll say we actually heard a similar comment from Bank of America last week. B of A calling Lululemon a best-in-class growth story. Also has a buy rating and a $450 price target. So shares of Lululemon off about 2.2% today, but still up about 11.5% year to date, up about almost 20% over the past 12 months. And say monthly gains, but really it was just from late last week, and with the subtraction of today, up about 8%, 7.5% so far in June.
Yeah, Caroline, I have to say that while I would not have traded being away on PTO to see Lululemon earnings, I was very glad to see that now they're up pretty strong on the year, like you pointed out, up over 12%. Now seeing a nice 12-month chart because things looked a lot different when I left. So glad to see that their first quarter results were at least able to please the streets with the street high price target now of $530 a share. So the street still really is rallying behind Lululemon despite some lackluster things today. Of course, we'll leave it there. Appreciate the insight, Caroline Wood, senior markets correspondent for the network.
Caroline.
It's time for Under 30. We are looking at another name that is actually seeing some strength today. That's Palantir after winning a really strong contract with the U.S. government. George Tillis will break that down for us coming up next.
Shareholder meter 6:15. Earnings on Wednesday. You're so wise, Kitty, for listening to Jenny because she knows what's going on. I added my to shorts up there when we got close to VWAP. Honest, I swear. Even though it's like a little inverted head and shoulders, I don't know. I think at least a test down here. Apple has stated that users will soon be able to leave video voicemails via FaceTime if someone does not pick up. So you can send someone a video? Apple reveals Journal, a new app launching later this year using machine learning to create suggestions to prompt your writing or log important events. Barbecue, little transaction down there, 2371 down 3.2%. This is a good level for us to hold. AI risks substantial disruptions in jobs market, warns IMF official. New Mac Pro powered by M2 Ultra starting at $6,999. New Mac Pro. That's their full desktop. New 15-inch MacBook Air they've announced. I do like MacBooks. Indeed. Overpriced as they may be compared to PC laptops. Something about the build quality, trackpads. Find it very good. Binance says that Binance US customer funds are safe and secure. I think we've heard that, Binance. You're starting to sound a little desperate. Like they aren't safe and secure. Accounting fraud on Lulu? Say it ain't so. What's weird is on the 5-minute chart, it shows we're above that line. That's the weird stuff about Webull sometimes. But on the hourly, it's below it. Clove, 15% now. Oh, that was another reason I wanted puts on SPY. Owen's tweet. It's a poop tweet. Or not SPY, but GME. Same thing, pretty much. I do want some exposure on GME. I'll wait for this bounce today. See. What? The Ivy's at 123%. When did that happen? Theta farming is back in play on GME. Oh, that's just for June. July's is in the 80s still. That's strange. I guess it's earnings, but weird. Oh, the spreads are awful. Eight GME options. I'm still kind of bear flagging here below VWAP. I'm gonna probably sit pretty still on these shorts. On the monthlies, the spread sucks. Well, they just added a bunch of strikes. Scoundrels. Well, there's not liquidity on half these strikes. There we go, SPY.
Have to think about hardware doesn't exist alone. It needs software, and software application is very much a growth story. Now, Palantir is a growth company, but it also has
calls
a
it Palantir?
foundational software that it could utilize in the private sector. In other words, it could
Heard this thing called so many different names. Palantir, Palantir.
So you also have to think about, the
Oh,
demand for
Palantir.
AI. There's demand in the private sector, but there's also in the public sector, and I think that's where Palantir really
Oh, Palantir, yeah.
diversifies itself compared to a C3
Razzie?
AI, which essentially is more in line with the private sector versus the foundations of the government sector or the public sector. So
I know you're always talking about Razzie.
It's going to continue higher from here. What I am trying to say here is
Broad
that,
inflating
the government
earnings,
is gonna be
really?
in high demand for these services. They're going to pay a
Nice.
premium because they're not a for-profit
They
organization.
belong in this
And we know
exchange.
Palantir already has existing relationships with the Department of Defense. And I think if you think about the debt ceiling as well,
Might be a little
the
double bottom
impasse,
there.
seems to be by the wayside. I think the government's just going to
Oh, no.
continue to spend outrageous amounts of money, and that includes defense spending.
Yeah, and George, I think what's really promising here is Palantir. I typically associate with being a meme stock because that's sort of how it rose to relevance. But now, like you highlighted, seeing that rapid innovation within its defense portfolio, I think is really promising to then match its really strong price activity this year. But
Speaking
we will
Alpha,
leave it there.
Quipin,
Really
Razzie.
great breakdown of why we're seeing shares higher.
Just an
today
interesting
with
story or what?
Palantir. George Tillis, Senior Markets Correspondent for the network. That also does it for Alex and myself for this
What's
Monday's
Circle?
Next Gen Investing. Coming up next, we have the
And
Wall
I-
Street's Nicole Petalides.
What's going on here? Critical flow control products? What is this? Mission critical. Hardware. Machinery, tools, heavy vehicles. It's moving up a bit here. We'll see if it happens at VWAP. What about CIR? The news on this thing. Agrees to be acquired by KKR. $1.6 billion deal. Will you show me an example of one that's being acquired that's not been halted? Acquire all outstanding shares for $94 a share. Might be a little arbitrage if you want it. This happened with Twitter too. There was an arbitrage play. Sometimes you have to wait a bit for it all to get settled, but it's only at $47.88. So, I mean, I think theoretically you should get it for $49. Super bullish on it. It's probably almost as stupid as being bullish on barbecue. A tool of Sauron. All right, Spy, what do you got at VWAP? What do you have for us? I'll enter. Well, it's back to VWAP. Not sure if it wants any more selling off or not. I'd like to see the lows of the day tested. Close to it. Get a pretty perfect little double bottom down here though. Oh, it's making kind of an inverse cup and handle now. See it here? Interesting.
Higher by 7 at 19.76 a troy ounce. The dollar is right now at 103.95. Bitcoin 20.
Yeah, I'm buying weekly puts. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I have an order for some puts, but it might not fill because I don't know if we get enough of a bounce. I have to wait till tomorrow.
Right here at the New York Stock Exchange, Caroline Woods is next to me, senior markets correspondent, to talk about a lot of the optimism, a lot of the things that we've been seeing in tech, and because that's what
I don't know if it's gonna keep rallying. I mean, if it's respecting this channel still, then it will, but it could start breaking out of it. And it still have kind of a head and shoulders building here.
About 490 of them are flat or lower, and
Gotta see if it falls below this trend.
Really similar case today. You know, I was taking a look at some of these stocks on the move. Obviously, the Nasdaq up about 0.3% today. Mixed picture for the markets. But Alphabet,
Compulsion beverage is definitely stupid. I think so. I think we won. We won that challenge.
Tesla up another 2% today. So really seeing a lot of strength in tech. Obviously, the worldwide developers.
I'm just doing the futures. I have some shorts still. I grabbed them up here and closed them out some around here and added some here, but now I'm just sitting on them. I think we might be doing an inverse cup and handle here now.
I know there was a lot of anticipation because they were saying that maybe Apple will finally do.
I have a head and a shoulder. I don't know. The move's maybe done though for today. But I think I want to hold some for overnight. But probably better to open up after close so it doesn't mess with my margin. Got an engulfing here on the hourly, bearish. Looks like on the hourly also we're building a head, shoulder, and potentially another shoulder over here. Look for kind of a bounce retest on this 428 area. First shoulder to be formed. That might not play out till later in the week though.
The iPhone is getting a new operating system, iOS 17. A few notable changes that came up to me. You can now leave FaceTime voicemails, which I think is could end up being pretty cool. You can see the locations of your friends when you're messaging them. You might like this with your kids. A new check-in feature so that your friends or family can tell you when they've arrived or if they're delayed. There's also instead of saying "Hey Siri,"
let's check it out.
just say "Siri" to your phone. There's predictive text improvement. So that
yeah, it looks like it.
With autocorrect. I think we could all use some help there. And that's obviously an AI feature similar
just
to
intraday.
ChatGPT with that predictive text.
So closed here. It might still be in a nice uptrend. I mean, kind of got a full flag here. You also have a little cup here with maybe a handle being formed. So Depends on if you want to get back in.
Intel chips with its own M2 chips. So no surprise you take a look at Intel shares.
But yeah, you could take some here if this
today.
continues.
Also, there's a
I
new
mean,
15-inch
with Head and Shoulders,
MacBook
it's
Air
like
that's just
people
over
take trades all over the
£3,000,
place with the Head and
powered by its
Shoulder.
own
They
M2
start
chips
anticipating
as
with
well.
this, like,
I had to
okay,
just
it's
buy one
building this.
couple months ago.
So if they see a rally up here, maybe they'll take it on some reversals at a head. Some people wait for the second shoulder and take it here. Some people wait till it totally breaks the actual neckline down here, like full confirmation. If it breaks here, then probably come all the way back down to 7. But you know, anywhere in here you can trade it. But if it breaks the upside, then yeah, it's invalidated. And I mean, on the longer time frame, this actually still looks good.
Obviously, Microsoft really at the forefront with ChatGPT. Apple's been silent, and it's still up 40%.
Yeah, even this little cup and handle may be forming.
So just imagine what this could mean for
We come down a little bit more for the handle. Doesn't have to.
And that's before unveiling an AI strategy. So I think there's a lot of anticipation about what could happen there. I know Dan Ives over at Wedbush, a friend of ours.
Nice, well done, Rally.
He's been really, you know, he's expecting quite a bit of commentary on that front.
Oh, the show trying to pump Apple? I don't know. We got the post-show Apple sell-off. That's pretty standard. Not sure why we didn't trade it actually.
CarPlay, AirPlay, sharing play for the car. I think there are going to be a lot of headlines throughout this hour. I mean, you hit
so it's not even over.
Of them, which is wonderful. And this is a Tim Cook moment. You know, this is
the meeting, the shareholder or the Apple thing is still going on.
Tim Cook, and I think that as people are talking, first of all, we may not get the price for the headset, was my understanding. Maybe they'll just sort of put it out there and try and garner some interest for developers to get into this. But at some point, this could be the way we're doing everything.
This is the way, Nicole.
I mean, you know, it's interesting. I would think with a price point that maybe even if we don't get it, but if it's going to be anywhere in the estimate of the range of $2,000 to $3,000, I can't imagine that it's going to be a household product. But they're putting it out there to developers to really, you know, get the interest.
You bought more? No, that's good. That's good, Ace. You should consider like trading it though, also, and not just being fully exposed to it all the time. You know what I mean? Just get lighter on your feet with it. Be more liquid with it.
If it really brings you in person with people, maybe it seems a bit more appealing. But
you know, like on Friday, like that was a nice little exit here on the failed breakout of the bull flag. You know, we could get another pump, another move up, retest some highs, and starts to show weakness. I don't know how active you want to trade it, but or at least reduce some. So like what you bought in right now, say, okay, if we pump and we hit, you know, we do something like 28 cents again and it starts to settle down, you could sell what you bought here. You know, you could do it like in groups that you bought it in, just to increase your cash, your capital. You don't have to do the whole position.
And it was certainly highly anticipated. And when it comes to AI, I mean, that helped the whole tech sector just take off. And
waiting on a paycheck tomorrow? Something I never. Oh, I thought that was you, Ace. Shoot. Lord said it. You buying more? All right, Lord.
For the voicemail. I don't like voicemails, period, so I don't want them anywhere. All right.
One does not simply sell.
So much. That's excellent. And of course, everybody loves
I have spoken.
tech, right? Everybody holds Apple somewhere.
Eyes coming down more.
Whether you have an index or something. So
What's not your plan? Yeah. I mean, you can swing some of the shares and have a position that you're happy to lose, basically. That you just kind of hold. That's good. Good to hear. I mean, I don't know. Whatever plan you want to do. I'm kind of do that because I have it on different accounts, and the one account I'm not selling it on. So, but sometimes it doesn't always work out. Trying to time the market stuff. Did you guys see Big George Foreman? Did you guys see that movie? Buying near 20. Nice. Yeah, I don't know if this 2340 is gonna break. I wouldn't be very stoked if this broke. It's possible I would even maybe close if this level broke. I'm very hopeful that it doesn't.
We looked at from the Federal Reserve, the futures market was pricing in that we end the year at 3.25% just a month and a half ago.
Yeah, you should watch Big George Foreman. It's a great movie.
As the market has kicked this recession fears, the can of recession fears down the road even further. So we're excited about where the market is, where the economy is, and the Federal Reserve not having to pour a lot more accommodation into the marketplace because the labor market is just that tight, and the laborer here in the U.S. just far too employed, underlevered to kick off a draconian recession that we've seen in the past.
Right, and there's been talk about a recession, right? And the New York Fed, for example, has a 68% likelihood of a recession happening within the next 12 months. I mean, a lot of the guests that come on the show say if there is to be a recession, it will be short-lived, not that deep. I mean, how do you feel about that?
Well, no two sessions are exactly alike, and that's what we acknowledge, and our work kind of leads to that. But we look at the conditions that bring about recessions. Almost always there's a consumer that is overlevered or going into underemployment that leads us into a crisis where they disengage from the economy. The consumer is 2/3 of our economy. We need the consumer to grow and remain engaged in order for the economy to continue to go full steam ahead. We just don't see the scenario and the conditions for the employee to really go through widespread layoffs to kick off that type of environment. I mean, if you look at where we were 14 months ago as we started this Fed tightening cycle, we pushed 475 basis points.
It's not Will Smith, isn't it?
And unemployment has gone from 3.6% to 3.7% as
Boogeyman?
Friday's report. We're just not seeing the widespread layoffs that typically come at the beginning of recessions and kind of trickle through our economy and give us the typical recessionary environment that we've grown accustomed to in previous cycles in the past. So we just don't see that scenario playing out. Earnings-wise, we feel like earnings are reaccelerating in a way that doesn't really indicate a recession is really, right here upon us in the immediate term. So we're very confident about where the economy is going and where the consumer, who is, again, still very much engaged with our economy, stands coming into the second half of this year and into 2024.
Right. If you're feeling, I guess, somewhat positive for the next year, year and a half, would you say pullbacks are buying opportunities, and what should someone do on pullbacks?
Well, we are optimistic from a broader macro standpoint. We are, and you just hit it perfectly in your last segment, we're concerned about just how narrow the recent gains are. If you take out the 7 largest tech companies, the rest of the S&P 500 is down for the year. Those anecdotes come out daily and catch everyone's attention just how dramatically narrow and lack of breadth of this most recent rally. So we are concerned about that. We don't think that necessarily comes before a drastic market downturn. If you look back historically, these things can last a lot longer than one expects. And we are, we're positioned in large cap growth because we feel like that's a preferred habitat for equities to continue to persist and have this bull market continue in the next 6 to 8
we'll see this inverse head and shoulders on Neo.
So we are positioned to benefit
And this RSI divergence, so holding a little longer for earnings.
But again, we feel like the market is
Till Friday, I guess. Getting down, getting close to the low of the day test.
Stay positioned to take advantage of that.
2764.
So at this point now, if some
7.
people are feeling too negative, and there are opportunities like you're saying, tech, for example, you mentioned how there are just certain handful of names that lead the rally, and often in a rally, that's often how it goes. They'll say like 10 names really led the way, and we've seen that with tech now. Are there certain areas that you seem more likely to be interested in investing in versus those that you may stay away from?
Yes, we still prefer, again, large cap growth is where we have an overweight and have been there for some time. We feel like if growth is still narrow at this point, we feel like it could broaden going forward. But given the narrow growth environment, those particular stocks that are in the large cap growth vein will stand to benefit from some of the niche perspectives they have. And as well as we feel like it's been part of our longer term theme of just how much debt is across corporate America and the globe as a whole. Those companies that are in large cap growth.
See if we build some sort of reversal pattern down here.
Have no desire.
I'm ready to close. I don't want to close just because it's at a support though.
So we feel like that gives them an advantage, given rates moving higher, perhaps even staying higher for a longer period of time. They stand to benefit from a capital perspective and being able to access cheaper capital, which is the cash in their balance sheets. So we feel like that gives them a little bit of a moat, if you will, around the returns for their equities.
Yeah, understood. Keith Buchanan, thank you so much. It was great to see you. Great to have you on the show today to kick us off for this hour, which, of course, we've seen some back.
150% in 2 years. Well, yeah, look at the last 2 years. It's been like the gnarliest bull market. I guess it's not been 2 years now. 2 years ago, but in that market, I mean, SPY itself 2x.
lens to break down
Oh,
the
that's so interesting.
housing market, because we're seeing some higher rates now.
Yeah, I was looking at that earlier, just like longer term on SPY, like how crazy just park your cash in there.
Artificial intelligence, and won't
Get a nice scaled in entry. You have to wait years for it though. It's not.
and our panel previews
Don't usually get a nice COVID dip real quick that you just rip out of.
gain over 20% in the last year. And up next, Eddie Gifford standing by. He's going to make some stock picks, ETF picks, including making a case for Chipotle. Stay with us.
Chipotle. La Chipotle. Alright, SPY, what are you doing? So now this would be the full inverse cup. So look for a handle back to like BWAP. Scaling a little bit out here. A little bit more. Not sure if we're going to break this level or not. Yeah, I'm out. Could come down a little more, but down. Traded back losses from too much trading in here. But yeah, I like this bigger cup handle, and that handle will also make a head and shoulders. Continue that head and shoulders. That we're kind of building here on the hourly more. That is neat. Power cat does. We did make 40%. Yep. I know. It's, yeah, Tesla has had a crazy rally. Should think about. I'm not gonna sell it. Tesla's in my long term. It's one of those I just gonna add to. I'm gonna try and trade it. Gotta be strict with the long term. Yeah, it's over 2x from the low there. A crazy wild chart. Well, we're at 215. Sitting on 43 likes. Thank you guys for your support. Much appreciated. Much obliged. Yeah, no, if I had just entered for 40% gain, yeah, I'd definitely trade it for sure. To me, it's different position with it, so that makes sense. I sold some of it, a small amount up here, just because it was too large. Too large of a holding in my long term. So around it hadn't split, did another split. I can't remember, it was like 900. So I think like close to one of these pigs. I sold just because it was too much portfolio. I mean, I knew it was coming down, like, or I thought it was coming down based on TA also, and I was like, this is a good time to kind of trim a little bit. So I'll be adding to Tesla sometime in my future, I presume.
market continues to go up is by climbing that wall of worry. So every time that we've kind of seen the market, rally, there's been 10 people saying, well, this is why it's going to crash. This is why it's going to crash. This is why it's going to crash. And every single time the market says, oh, yeah. So the reality is, you can't really bet against the market long term. And you just have to have some protective mechanisms in place when stuff does fall out from underneath us. And that does happen. I think that a lot of the concerns that we had 12 months ago about recession and about interest rates and about all these different things, like those are all known now, right? And so the stock market knows them. They knew them 6 months ago, and they knew them 12 months ago. And so we're always looking forward 6 months, and the market seems to like what it's seeing. Now, it doesn't mean that something can't happen. There obviously is a breadth issue right now that could be bad. But as of right now, you ride the wave and you just protect yourself on the way down.
Yeah, understood. I mean, how are you feeling about what the Fed may or may not do? That now there's a new phrase, hawkish pause. Which means, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, just obviously it means that they're going to pause in June and then they might hike in July. What do you think of that scenario, or what other scenarios are you thinking about that are likely?
I think like the biggest thing that I'm looking at, if we're looking out over 12 to 18 months or 6 to 12 months, everyone says, oh, if we have a recession, it's going to be a little blip. But I'm not really overly concerned about the recession. I'm more concerned about a stagflation type environment where inflation stays sticky, it stays elevated. The Fed can't really do anything from a rate reduction standpoint if stuff starts to get ugly. And the growth remains muted. We do have a good jobs market. We do have low unemployment, but it's not like we're knocking the cover off the ball from a growth standpoint. So if we stay relatively stagnant from a growth perspective and inflation stays high, we can end up in a trading range for the next 10 years, right? And you could make the argument that we're at the top of that trading range right now. So what the Fed does next month, will it do anything? Maybe, maybe not. I think most people, I don't think it affects the markets like either way really, really big, because we're at just over 50% probability of a 25 basis point hike. But the bond market's still trying to figure stuff out, man. The bond market's been getting beat up.
Yeah, understood. And I want to get to your picks here, but just quickly, this as we're just right now getting the latest from Apple, right? You're going to be able to FaceTime on your Apple TV. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff that's coming out, headline after headline. Nothing on tech here, right? Do you think it's just too frothy overall? So many of these names are at 52-week highs.
I mean, I'm not the let's go all in on tech right now. We've owned it for a while. We've taken took quite a bit of profit targets off the table last week when semiconductors did so well. So I'm not running away from it. We do have Apple in our portfolios. I think that if you don't, you're just not paying attention to the consumer. And I know that grandma is going to love FaceTiming with my kids on the TV, and the kids are going to love it even more. And so they're definitely continuing to target that audience that has given them that really, really big market share. So.
All right, let's get to what you do love, and that's Chipotle. Tell me a little bit about Chipotle, which actually hit a recent high, but year to date up about 50%. Where do you think this is headed, and what's its catalyst to move higher?
Well, I think right now it's just one of those things where people like going into a place where they can see the food being prepped, right? So the health conscious mind is going to choose Chipotle over McDonald's, right? As long as that continues to happen, we think that places like Chipotle, have room to run. The other thing is that, we talked about NVIDIA the last time we spoke, I think, and we said, oh, no, it's too high. No. When stocks have the ability to run, they can run. I mean, NVIDIA was up over 100% before it blasted off last week. So I don't know if I see any catalysts there for Chipotle. I mean, unless somebody else goes out of business and they gain a ton of market share, which could happen. But, it has a lot of momentum behind it. It has a lot of buyers. And, on top of that, as long as we can stay above 1925, we think it has more room to run.
It certainly feels like the people who go to Chipotle are, not pulling back either. You know, we talk about a very selective consumer, and there's a lot of young folks who love Chipotle, and they're not going to give that up so fast, it seems, at this time. How about silver and small caps? Is there a premise behind both of these together?
Well, I think silver is just one of those things. I mean, we could call it gold too, for that matter. Just the precious metals in general. What if things do break down, right? Like, you always got to have kind of that hedge in the portfolio, or that diversifier, as you will. You know, we always say your portfolio isn't diversified unless you actually have some red on the statement, right? If everything's going up, that's correlation, right? So when that stuff gets bad, we don't like the statement very much. So silver is, we look at that as kind of a diversifier. And then when it comes to small caps, you know, it just depends on what side of the coin you're on, right? Small caps typically lead. So they kind of, you know, led down first, and we have like this big spread. And so one of two things is likely going to happen. Either the QQQ is going to come down and come back in alignment with small caps, or small caps are going to go up. And it seems like as long as the economy can stay resilient, that the risk-reward ratio for owning small caps is higher than the growth stuff right now. Now, of course, protect yourself, stops and targets, because we are still have a little bit of uncertainty, but that's why we like them.
Yeah, understood. Shortly, we're going to be talking to Dolly Lenz, Jenny Lenz, you know, very successful real estate brokers. And there's no doubt that demand is still very hot for housing, but supply has been very thin, and that's one of the reasons why we've had such an issue. And in some cases where you see these home builders moving to new highs, when the question was, why would that happen right now? Everything seems stalled. And where do you think we stand on that ETF, the XHB?
I think that as long as people are not being forced to move, they're not going to sell their home. I mean, we're talking about a ton of families that refinanced at COVID lows. You're sitting on a 3% interest rate, and you know, the only reason you're going to sell that place is because you're being relocated, right? And even if you're being relocated, you're probably going to keep that place and rent it because you can cash flow it, right? So on the resale side, there's just not a lot. And so the builders are kind of controlling the market right now. And a lot of those builders have mortgage companies also, so they can offer attractive rates relative to the market rate in the space. So when you look at those things, you know, there's not a whole lot of reason for them to falter. You know, of course, if commercial real estate does blow up, like a lot of people are saying, that will drag down everything. It absolutely will. But as long as we're in the situation that we're in right now, it seems like home builders, you know, they're the house right now. They kind of got the odds stacked in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like sentiment had been pretty good over the last several months for the most part. You know, I saw in April it said that the home builder sentiment rose for the 4th month in a row. They were feeling better because you're right, it does really depend on them finding land and building new homes and getting those out there to provide more inventory for sale. Just came off a high, 73.50 was the high. It's at 72.03 today. Right now. Thank you so much, Eddie Gifford. Great to see you, CFP Wealth Advisor at Tactive. Thanks, Eddie.
Thank you for having me. Yes.
I want to continue this conversation about housing. Dolly Lenz, Jenny Lenz, going to join me to discuss the spring-summer real estate season, because rates have been fluctuating. They pulled back, but then they've been moving higher again. I want to know, how's that doing for demand? What you need to know if you're buying or selling. The Lenz family has the answer coming up.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, TD Ameritrade offers
Don't cry, lords. Fine. 2%. Stop whining. I still kind of consolidating down here at the lows. Happy with my exit. We'll see if we do get kind of a handle here on this cup. Maybe back to 428 for the handle. White House says U.S. urges China to make better decisions. It won't be long before somebody gets hurt. Twitter working on live video product. Nice. I knew it was coming. I knew it. They're gonna have a whole ecosystem on Twitter, I think. New low of the day there. Not low of the day, but oh yeah, new low of the day. It is. It's flushing through. See here. What do we have here? I want to take the long for this little handle. See if I see a inverse head and shoulder or some kind of reversal. Grab a long for the handle. Hope it's low tomorrow for your buy. I mean, 24. Like this is a solid support. Get it here. That's not bad. Front run my trades, huh? Another low there on SPY. Whoa, that's pretty big. Pretty fleshy. So 426.97 is kind of the next level. We'll see if it holds down here. If it does, then that cup and handle's failed. Apple announced their new AR VR headset. Here it is. I don't know why that dude on the network was saying he wants them to look like Oakleys. That's not a drawback to me. What does it matter what you're wearing? You're sitting inside of your living room. Not like you don't put them on because you look stupid. You look stupid swinging your arms around and dancing around with something over your eyes. Doesn't matter if it's Oakleys or big old goggles. I mean, I guess for the AR aspect, if you're like walking around like navigating or something, but they're not really used for that. Whoa. Big fleshy. This is why I hate taking profits, because this happens. Bouncing right on that level. Is this from White House talking about China? Whoa, whoa! Apple's dumping. That's part of it. What's Apple saying? Is this just
and more natural? And within FaceTime, you can share apps with others and use them together with SharePlay. And you can
This is from Apple.
everyone in large video
Crazy sell-off.
while sharing an app.
This is them talking about the headset.
So many activities, like reviewing a presentation,
Oh
sharing
man,
photos and videos, or
market is really punishing them for this.
FaceTime on Vision Pro works seamlessly with other Apple devices like iPhone, iPad, and Mac, so everyone can
I gotta
join
take
in.
the bounce long here.
For work, Apple Vision Pro gives you powerful ways to connect with others and the freedom to create the ultimate workspace for whatever you want to do, wherever you are. To tell you
Not
about
yet.
how Vision Pro transforms experiences,
They're
at
still
home,
talking about it.
Here's N.
We should have watched it, you guys.
Apple Vision Pro brings the power of spatial computing to
Apple
so
is
many
the
of
spy.
things you do at home. It redefines how you can relive precious moments in time because you can capture and experience photos and videos in magical new ways. Select a photo and watch as the room dims around you. Your library of photos and videos looks incredible on Vision Pro with brilliant color and spectacular detail.
Let's see what forms down here.
Use your room or zoom in, letting you feel even closer to that moment.
That was a huge candle.
And panoramas are stunning. In Vision Pro, every panorama you've ever taken on your iPhone,
Yeah, I was 100% Apple.
wraps around you life size. You feel like you're standing right where you took them. Because of the powerful capabilities of Vision Pro, we were able to go even further, adding a new dimension to photos and videos. Vision Pro is Apple's first 3D camera. It lets you capture and relive your memories in 3D with spatial
I don't know.
It's magical and
Be
impossible
kind of a
to
just
fully appreciate
lotto.
on a two-dimensional screen. It lets you feel like you're right back
Could just have
in
a tight
moment
stop
in
on it.
time. Imagine being able to relive a special moment from your daughter's birthday.
That keeps getting away though.
The incredible depth of this
It's already a big
video
bounce.
makes it feel like you can peer into that memory. It's easy to capture a spatial photo or video with just the press of a button. And eyesight makes it clear to those around you when you are capturing one. You can capture a spatial video of a fun moment with your kids, to share it with your family, or to experience all over again.
Like taking pictures with your headset.
Spatial photos and videos bring you closer than ever to the moments.
So like you can watch your kids through a headset and not really be there, but you're taking pictures of them.
Apple Vision Pro
Totally.
also delivers an extraordinary entertainment experience.
I accidentally clicked it, but I did go along for more of a bounce. See a little inverted head and shoulders on the 1 minute.
Vision Pro lets you have this and so much more with a spatial cinema that transforms any space. Like this
That was quite this. I mean, I imagine some sell-off towards the end of the event, but we're not even at the end of the event, and this thing just started selling off, and then that
dims the surrounding light,
just plummeted.
casts a beautiful glow into your space, and surrounds you with spatial audio. And for a super cinematic experience, open an environment like Mount Hood to scale your
I mean, it's probably
beyond
pretty
the
sick. Like,
dimensions of your room, so it feels 100 feet wide, giving you the most majestic viewing experience ever. And with the cinema environment, turn any room into your own personal movie theater. This environment lets you focus fully on the movie and is built to
saying the
give you
goggles
a
look stupid.
fantastic viewing experience that you can take anywhere.
Yeah, the guy on TD on Trader TV or whatever.
Sit back and dial in an environment.
Jeez.
And you can
Why, what are you
enjoy a
doing?
movie while the seats and sounds around
Doesn't
you
even care. It's consolidating down here.
amazing.
Holy smokes.
And of course, your favorite movies and TV shows from Apple TV Plus and other content services will be available on Vision Pro.
The big move. I don't realize it till I have contracts open. Like that's a big move.
You can watch 3D movies
This was
as
a
well.
bigger move than I did all here.
In Vision Pro, 3D
Just in like
movies have
a couple
incredible
minutes.
depth and crisp motion. Although impossible to
We'll
see
get a
on
bounce.
a 2D screen, it feels as if you are looking right into the movie itself. There is no other device in the world that can deliver this quality of 3D movie.
Didn't want to trade back my gains on a stupid lotto, but here we are.
Beyond video, you can experience interactive storytelling in amazing new ways. Like with Encounter Dinosaurs, where you can look back into a prehistoric time, seeing dinosaurs interact right in front of you.
Yeah, Apple Inspire almost always like that.
In addition to watching movies,
Fight for 180.
your favorite Apple arcade games. Like NBA 2K23 on a screen as large as you want, with incredible audio and game controller support. There will be over 100 arcade titles available for you to play.
Yeah, I'm not like it's looking more like it's consolidating down here.
This is just the start.
Let's see.
Of how gaming will evolve on Vision Pro.
Gave us a little inverse head and shoulder, but then that failed. See it right here, shoulder, shoulder, head. Maybe we're getting a double bottom now, but it could just be a bear flag.
Photos and videos. You can capture and relive cherished moments in magical new ways. Now, back to Tim.
Good, back to Tim. Get off of this stupid ARVR.
Communicate, collaborate, work, and enjoy entertainment. And the Walt Disney Company is the world's leader in entertainment. So I'm
You're bringing Walt Disney in this too? You really want your stock to drop?
Thanks, Tim.
Yes, Bob Iger there.
It's a privilege to be here with you for this
dude.
momentous event. As the Walt Disney Company celebrates.
Look at Disney popping on that. I don't think anybody knew he was going to be there.
On our rich legacy of innovation.
Yeah, Disney's ripping on this.
While also looking to our future with enthusiasm and optimism.
Oh.
We're constantly in search of new ways to entertain.
Oh, if you have any question, now you know they're on the same team.
Inspire our fans by combining extraordinary creativity with groundbreaking technology to create truly remarkable experiences. And we believe Apple Vision Pro is a revolutionary platform that can make our vision a reality. The first time I tried Apple Vision Pro, the thing that struck me the most was how it will allow us to
Last time I listened to your guys' chat voting poll, you guys are idiots.
to the characters they love and more deeply immersed in our stories. This platform will allow us to bring Disney to
Disney's
our
ripping.
fans
We don't know, but it's just anticipation. Whatever's gonna partnership probably of some sort.
Tremendously excited to give you a sneak peek of just some of the things that we've been dreaming up. So take a look.
We're gonna talk about copyrights. Pull up Disney stuff. I gotta mute that. So it's kind of just form factor to work with the goggles really well or something. Yeah. Probably like not anything too special. Disney's ripping on it though.
You could be at the game.
That doesn't have anything to do with Disney. Oh, Disney streaming maybe? For the NBA? I'm not sure why that would be.
Like never before.
Pretty sick. Yeah, I don't think we knew Iger was gonna be there. Yeah, it looks like it's flagging down here. I imagine when the event's over, usually get a sell-off then, but if you get the sell-off before then, I imagine it'd be kind of a bounce after.
Magic. And I'm excited to announce that Disney Plus will be available on day one.
There you go.
These are just a few of the ways we can bring
Disney
Disney
Plus
into
available on
your
day one.
world with Apple Vision
That's
Pro.
pretty much it. And then
We're looking
they
forward
probably
to
integrate
sharing
it,
more in the
work
coming
pretty well
months.
with it or something.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you, Bob. We are excited to work together to see all of the amazing things Disney will do with the capabilities of Apple Vision Pro. These groundbreaking innovations required remarkable breakthroughs in design and technology. To tell you about the incredible new design of Vision Pro, here's Richard.
Dude, the market really sold off this headset though. Wow. I mean, that's aggressive. I don't know if we've seen a sell-off that aggressive from Apple event.
The chance to define an entirely new category, to establish the principles that will
I wish this guy
influence
was
the
wearing the
design
headset
for
right
years to
now
come.
while he's talking to us.
Apple Vision Pro is the result of decades of our collective experience designing high-performance products like Mac, mobile products like iPhone, and wearable products like Apple Watch. All that learning
Yeah, it's flagging down here. I'm looking for a little exit on my long.
to achieve our goals of performance, mobility,
Thinking it'll bounce, but might see a new low before then.
lightest weight
I don't want to hang
materials
through this.
The entire front of the product is a singular piece of
There's an Apple event that timed the top of the market, 2023.
to an optical
Gonna
surface
sell off from here on out.
that
Watch.
acts as a lens for eyesight and a wide array of cameras and sensors that need to have a view of the
This
world.
was the trigger. You needed one little straw to break the back.
Flows seamlessly into a lightweight frame
It was the
that houses a
it
button
was the
to
Apple
capture spatial
goggles.
photos and video, and a digital crown that summons the home view and rotates to control immersion levels of environments.
How could you, Apple?
It's machined from a custom aluminum alloy that gently curves to wrap around your face. This frame completes the form and is
Did you
the
not
primary
learn from
structural
Meta?
element of Vision Pro, holding and protecting the components inside. This surprisingly compact form encapsulates an extraordinary amount of technology. Displays, cameras, sensors, and even a high-performance computer, all kept cool by an efficient thermal design.
Barbecue, 24 cents. Little barber coating.
High precision front of the product, we created a rich combination of soft textile parts that provide comfort and wearability. We studied thousands of heads to get a detailed understanding of the huge variation in cheek width, face angle.
Oh, I was quick on the trigger. I could have grabbed shorts here on this break.
Led us to design a
Oh, severe. I didn't
that
know what was
allows
going
us
on
to
there.
tailor the product to fit you perfectly.
And I'm surprised it actually hasn't bounced yet. It's literally just holding down at the lows through this whole presentation. Like it's normally something like this, like it'll just sell off for it, then it'll bounce pretty quickly because it's like, oh yeah, whatever, just an overreaction. But this is like punishment.
Spatial audio while keeping you aware of your surroundings.
It's not. They're literally waiting for the goggles to get off the screen, and then they're gonna pump it.
Breathability and stretch. The band attaches with a simple and secure mechanism, allowing you to change it for a different size or even a different kind of band. An easy-to-reach adjustment dial helps you secure the device comfortably and enables micro adjustments during use. For those who wear glasses, we teamed up with Zeiss to create custom optical inserts.
Hey, Zeiss is good glass.
Magnetically attached to the lenses. They accommodate a huge range of vision correction without compromising display performance or eye tracking accuracy. Vision Pro supports.
I did actually try the newest Oculus for the first time. Pretty good how far they've come. Last headset I tried was the Google ones, the cardboard. It first came out, which was basically nothing. It was basically just holding your phone.
So that's the design of Vision Pro.
That was cool though. I remember doing the roller coaster demo.
An incredibly capable and powerful tool.
That was pretty much all we did.
Digital content with your world. To tell you about the technology we developed to enable these extraordinary experiences, here's Mike.
Creating our first spatial computer.
Your Disney post?
Invention across nearly every facet of the
What do
system.
you mean? A comment?
Apple Vision Pro needed to deliver huge amounts of compute performance in a compact wearable form factor.
I don't know. This is definitely like a bear flag.
Real-time sensor system as well as
See if
incredibly
it.
convincing spatial audio. And of course, technological breakthroughs in displays. Your eyes see the world with
That inverse cup and handle has kind of failed unless it's we're doing a larger one here.
give your eyes what they need We had to
which
invent a
it
display
could still
system with
be.
a huge number of pixels, but in
Then it'd be a
small
retrace
form
back to
factor.
427.
A display where the pixels would disappear,
Probably not all the way back up to
creating a
VWAP though.
smooth, continuous image.
Yeah, that'd be too
starts
far.
with a micro OLED Apple Silicon backplane that fits 64 pixels in the space of a single iPhone pixel. They're just 7.5 microns wide. Combined, Vision Pro has 23 million pixels across 2 panels that are each just the size of a
Yeah, that
postal
pulled down a
stamp.
lot of stuff, I bet.
That's more pixels than a 4K TV for each eye. To magnify these panels and wrap them around you, a sophisticated lens solution was needed. We designed a custom 3-element lens with incredible sharpness and clarity. The result is a display that's everywhere you look, delivering jaw-dropping experiences that are simply not possible with any other device. It enables video to be rendered at true 4K resolution with wide color.
It's a long presentation on there.
All at massive scale.
Headset.
And fine text looks super sharp from any angle. This is critical for browsing the web, reading messages, and writing emails. Now let's talk about audio. What you hear is critical to how you perceive the world. We wanted sound to feel like it was coming from the space around you, blending with the real world. So Vision Pro features an entirely new spatial audio system. Personalized
Might be
sound
about
is
to
delivered through the
break
integrated
the downside out of this flag.
allowing us to create ambient spatial audio, where your brain is totally convinced that sounds are coming from the environment around you. Beyond personalizing sound to you, Vision Pro matches the sound to your room by analyzing the features and materials of your space using a technique called audio ray tracing. Precisely matching sound to your room is just one
Talking
example
about it.
of how Vision Pro makes use of its advanced sensor array. The system also provides high-resolution video to the displays, enables precise head and hand
Forza
tracking,
125%.
performs
Around
real-time
VWAP.
3D mapping, and more. A high-performance eye tracking system uses high-speed cameras and a ring of LEDs that project invisible light patterns onto the eyes for responsive intuitive input. It's so precise, it completely frees up your hands from needing clumsy hardware controllers. Processing all the information from these sensors while simultaneously delivering
there's the
an
flash.
ultra-high-resolution
Dang.
experience requires a system with massive sustained computational power.
Not really.
It also has to
Getting
remain
there.
cool and quiet. At the foundation of this system is Apple Silicon in a unique dual-chip design. It starts with the Apple M2 chip. It delivers phenomenal compute performance while allowing Vision Pro to maintain a comfortable temperature and run virtually silent. Running in parallel is a brand new chip called R1. This specialized chip was designed specifically for the challenging task of real-time sensor processing. It processes input from 12 cameras, 5 sensors, and 6 microphones. In other head-worn systems, latency between sensors and displays can contribute to motion discomfort.
Okay,
R1
maybe just a
virtually
little
eliminates
false break, a little stop
streaming
hunt.
new images to the displays
Retesting the
within
low.
12 milliseconds.
Finding some
That's 8
pressure.
times faster than the blink of an eye. So while M2 ensures that Apple Vision Pro delivers incredible standalone performance, R1 ensures
Yeah, they're
that
just getting
experiences feel like they're taking place
volatility
right
from the
in front
event.
of your eyes. We also thought hard about how others can interact with you while wearing Vision Pro. EyeSight utilizes a unique
I don't
curved
know.
OLED panel with a lenticular lens to project the correct
Happened.
perspective of your eyes to each person looking at you. The result is a 3D display that makes the device
Bunch of
look
people bitter I put the
transparent.
Apple event on.
For digital
Just moving the whole market.
communication
I had to do
like
it.
FaceTime,
I didn't
Vision
know why.
Pro goes beyond conveying just your eyes and creates an authentic representation of you.
Eyes wanted to bounce even
This is
without
one of the
them not
most
talking
difficult
about this.
challenges we faced in building Apple Vision Pro. There's no video conferencing camera looking at you. And even if there were, you're wearing something over your eyes. Using our most advanced machine learning techniques, we created a novel solution. After a quick enrollment process using the front sensors on Vision Pro, the system uses an advanced
we get to move up.
encoder neural network to create your digital persona. This network was trained on a diverse group of thousands of individuals.
Let's
It
break this
delivers a
bear
natural
flag.
representation which dynamically matches your facial and hand movement.
GME is, I mean, on the 5 minutes bouncing off that trend.
With over 1 billion
I don't know why the
facial
hourly looks
capable
different.
devices. When viewed by someone
Maybe it's just the hourly's messed up because the day looks like it did bounce there too. That's crazy.
not possible in traditional video.
There you go, Spy. Spoy.
None of this advanced technology could come to life
Rip, rip.
without a powerful operating system called Vision OS. It's built on the foundation of the decades of engineering innovation in macOS, iOS, and iPadOS. To that foundation, we added a host of new capabilities.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and get some shorts after 6 o'clock on the futures. Do a little overnight. You might start getting some gap downs.
Performance critical workloads. A dynamically foveated rendering pipeline that delivers maximum image quality to exactly where your eyes are looking for every single frame.
Put a stop on these in case this is fake.
That allows different apps to run
Don't need to be holding this
in the same
Valhalla.
simulation. And importantly, the existing application frameworks were extended to natively support spatial experience.
I'll take a move to VWAP though.
Vision OS is the first operating system designed from the ground up for spatial computing. All of the incredible innovations in Vision Pro make it truly a one-of-a-kind device. There's simply nothing else like it. Apple Vision Pro is more than just a new product. It's the start of an entirely new platform. To tell you more about what this means for developers, here's Susan.
This is a long presentation on just that.
And we're really excited about the possibilities Vision Pro opens up for developers. Vision Pro lets developers reimagine existing apps and create brand new ones. Spatial experiences can take many forms and can include 3D objects that look and feel real. We've given a few developers an early look at Vision Pro to see what they could do, and they created some apps that are truly incredible. Complete Heart X creates an interactive 3D beating heart, giving students a whole new perspective on the body's most important function. JigSpace lets designers collaborate to review a concept like the design of the Alfa Romeo F1 car.
Our hold ratings. We do not have any buy ratings among the large cap.
Yeah, I think it was just from that headset. That's crazy.
We do have a few sell ratings.
Apple runs the market.
We're advising investors to avoid companies like General Mills, Kellogg, and the Hershey Company.
I'm not sure if he still does or not. At one point, he was the largest shareholder.
Valuations have gotten really expensive.
I don't know if he still is, Cameron.
It's trading at a forward P multiple about 20 times right now. The last time it was this high was back in 2016. So the space has become a little bit more expensive. So we're advising investors to stay away from the packaged food space.
It's all the almost prices. This is the way, Cameron. You're genius.
Arun Sundaram of CFRA and our own Kevin Green. Thank you both very much. Good luck there at JM Smucker and some of the other names as well. That's going to do it for us here on the watch list. Thanks for being with me. I'm Nicole Petalides.
Looking forward to close these longs. I want to give it time, but could be a little dead cat bounce here.
Keep it right here because Market on Close is next with Renita Young.
So we got power hour to pump too. We'll see. Move to VWAP shouldn't be too difficult. There.
Hour left in trading, of course. I'm Renita Young.
And up to
in
this
for
resistance
Oliver
here, see if we
Bennett.
break it.
And today, this is market on close. So today we've got a lot to run through on the show. Tiffany Bova is here. She's the author of The Experience Mindset, Changing the Way You Think About Growth. Michelle Gibley and Kathy Jones from Charles Schwab will give us the macro breakdown as attention turns to the upcoming Fed meeting. And George Tillis
There you go,
has
SPY.
another overlooked stock for us.
So much
This
safer
one
going long
is
on SPY.
Trends, midstream, and its ticker is ETRN. Now let's check out the markets. The S&P 500 is a little off today. Not that much changed at all, but in the red. The Dow Jones down 126 points. The NASDAQ is up about 0.2%. And then the Russell 2000 down 1.2% on the day. Now let's get into it. We've got Caroline Woods and Kevin Hinks standing by. But Kevin, thanks for joining us, both of you. Let's start out with the macro picture. We started off with a pretty sleepy morning. What are you looking at this afternoon as we head into the close?
See if we set up any reverse. Whoa.
You know, I look at these markets now that have worked
Whoa,
their way
SPY.
into being pretty
Really
mixed
rejected
and
that
very
resistance.
unchanged as we get to the end of the day. But that doesn't tell the real story what happened today in this market. If you look at the US dollar, if you look at yields, if you look at crude oil, they've had some big moves.
We got stopped
today.
out.
But,
We got stopped out. That's crazy.
Let's start with
Candles are
yields.
huge.
That's been the biggest mover of the day. They got as high, the 10-year yield got as high as 3.75.
You should have taken profits at resistance.
All the way down to 3.65.
Yeah. I did it here, and then that was a mistake. I didn't do it here, and that was a mistake.
Big move, but
That's why the scale makes sense. I scaled out a little here.
big movement
Didn't hold enough for that move, though.
Very similar story. It currently sits close to unchanged at 104, but it traded 104.40, and it traded pretty significantly down, probably 103.93 range today. So big move in yields, big move intraday in the US dollar, and of course crude oil, which this morning got as high. I mean, crude oil has been all over the board today. It's been over 73.
Wow, look at that move on SPY. Just big bear flag now. That was maybe the handle. That looks like a handle type move. The inverted cup.
It doesn't appear that way if you take a snapshot of the markets right now.
Interesting.
Yields in the dollar and crude oil, those drivers of the market have really moved throughout.
Totally forgot about that. Should have closed at resistance.
The NASDAQ now holding
Even when I said down here, might make a move up here. Probably not to VWAP though. Probably just to here.
And you know, you've got the Russell down almost 1.3%. So these markets, as we get to the 2 o'clock hour Chicago, 3 o'clock Eastern, getting weaker as we speak, Renita.
Kevin, want to keep in this moment right now very quickly. I want to ask you about crude oil. As we know today, it was the Saudis that pledged those production cuts that'll begin in July. This is what, the third time they've cut this year? Had it been different if it would have come from OPEC Plus instead, and what would that have told markets to do?
Yeah, I think what Saudi Arabia did in supporting OPEC.
Yeah, we'll see if it breaks the lip on the cup here.
A gift. Russia doesn't want to cut supply. They're trying to
I mean, that's still a good trade.
So they want to pump as much as they
Can
can.
you get it on the handle? Wow.
Saudi Arabia wants prices.
Yeah, I'm ready.
So there's been a little bit of give there, but
Get it on the handle. You can get it on the first time it touches.
Demand out of Europe, demand out of the U.S.
For a break and then a retest.
On crude oil prices and not really allowing them to spike higher. Now, that could change without warning, as you know. But right now, crude is a bit heavy as worries about demand and the fact that, you know, Saudi Arabia, OPEC Plus,
Bitcoin's still dropping.
some type of
Looked like it was in a bear flag when I saw it last.
stable prices. So yeah, crude oil looks like it's setting up based on this announcement from not necessarily OPEC Plus. They kept their production levels the same, but Saudi Arabia, I think it's going to be a volatile summer in crude oil, Renita, and certainly something to watch for.
Rather stabilize above $73 a barrel, $72 a barrel, where it's been
It was the Apple event that triggered the top. That might be the case. That's hilarious.
Crude oil going above $100 a barrel into next year. What are the possibilities of that happening? How could that ripple through markets, if it would?
Well,
I should take him profits quicker.
Demand will prove that. We need improving
Could go long here if this isn't this cup and handle fails or bounce back up, but
been a little choppy, and the U.S. and
like one way or the other right here.
The demand side, Saudi Arabia and OPEC Plus,
short for the break, the long for the bounce.
Supply side, they're about 40% of the outcome, but
Apple moving it again.
And the debt ceiling and what it did for
Apple flush there too. What are they talking about?
That affects sentiment.
They're still talking about this headset.
Overall crude oil as well. So yeah, there's a lot going on in the crude oil sector.
All right, Kevin, thank you for running that down. Caroline, let's talk Apple. I know there's a lot more happening than just the new VR sets, right? The VR headsets, but
kind of want to go along on it.
Out to you because honestly, I saw iPhone announcements, I saw FaceTime announcements. What's happening?
Hey there, Renito. Well, yes,
I'm gonna take the long. Just
updates from this
okay, yeah.
Developers Conference, but it's this
well,
mixed reality headset, the Vision Pro.
Pretty tight stop on it. If it breaks, I actually want to flip to short because that still looks like a cup and handle. So.
The market was certainly excited. I mean, Apple was up as much as 2%, and now it's actually lower. The more it's been telling us about this Vision Pro, the more we've been seeing shares sell off. 1% right now could be because we're just seeing the price, and it looks like it's going to be $3,500 or starting at $3,500.
Oh, $3,500 bucks.
$3,000 estimate that we initially.
Oh, it's more than estimated.
Also want to note that Meta shares have dipped lower after.
They just need to shut up and let the market bounce into close.
About 0.75%. But let's talk.
It's over. Apple event's over.
Pro, Tim Cook says it seamlessly blends the real world.
They ended it with that Vision Pro.
Definitely still looks like ski goggles, but I will say the
see if we get a bounce.
More transparent, so people can.
But yeah, this is this daily candle looks pretty toppy.
There's no remote controls. You simply use your eyes, your voice, and your fingers. So instead of actually using remote controls, you may just touch or go like this. I was watching the videos as this was being unveiled. It features a new R1 chip and a new operating system called Vision OS. Tim Cook said it's been years in the making. He called it a
$3,500. I know. I'd buy another car.
And communicate. I will say it looks like it could make for a pretty interesting face.
A real one that drives me around, not one in the virtual world.
I don't know. I think that even just being this big on the screen is probably enough for me because I don't always look that great when I'm FaceTiming. I also want to note that Bob Iger, the CEO of Disney, joined Tim Cook on stage unveiling Disney experiences for the Vision Pro.
Is it a cup and inverse cup and handle?
ESPN with sports games or
yep.
bringing Disney World into the real world.
Maybe.
The characters and the fireworks and whatnot. So could be interesting experiences with Disney as well. Should note that Disney shares are basically flat on the day. So it was the Vision Pro that stole the spotlight, but there were other updates as well. There's a new operating
Apple's
system
flushing, new low there.
So not only will you be able to FaceTime
Apple was the catalyst all along.
Pro, but you also will be able to
catalyst for the market top with their stupid goggles.
For friends and family. You can
I get to afford one.
The location of your friends when you're messaging. You can also use a check-in feature that lets your friends or family know when you've arrived somewhere.
Market doesn't know what to do. It's like 50 minutes to end a day. It's in power hour. We just had this awful news from Apple. Pump or do we dump here?
This is a new $7,000 MacBook Pro. That's its highest-end desktop computer.
Apple's still flushing though. Look at that.
That will feature its M2 chips instead of the Intel chips.
Yeah, I'm gonna take this short on SPY.
Pressure today, down more than 4% right now on this news. Meanwhile, they also announced a new 15-inch MacBook.
I think Apple's front running SPY a little bit here.
And will also feature those M2 chips.
I don't know. I'm surprised. Look at that. Look how much Apple's moving without SPY right now.
My error right here.
1.3.
Starbucks iced tea all over. My other one, I had to replace it with this one, so they came out with a new one for $1,200. So definitely quite a few updates here, but obviously this Vision Pro really stealing the spotlight comes at a pretty high cost of starting at $3,500. But I will say Analysts were pretty positive, or some analysts were pretty positive on this. There was a Goldman Sachs analyst back when we thought it was going to be called Reality Pro, saying that it could add 11 to 20 billion dollars in annual revenue. So
All right, I'm over trading now. I'm
done.
done.
Right now, shares down,
That was fun. Trade away my gains.
But let's see how this all plays out. I don't know. I don't think I'll be running out to spend $3,500 on ski goggles anytime soon.
I don't think many people will, honestly, but did we think that folks would spend $1,500 for an iPhone 10, 12 years ago? Who knows? But something that I want to ask another follow-up question about is the M2 chip. Now, this is boosting the speed of the devices as well, right?
Apple really sold off out of that bear flag with SPY.
Yes,
kind of held.
It should. I mean, obviously, we have to kind of wait and see, but I mean,
Apple
Apple
bearish,
has been trying to incorporate more of its own chips, moving away from other chip makers like Intel. I think that's why that Broadcom deal gave such a boost to Broadcom last week or the week before when we actually were reporting on that, because obviously Apple has been the goal.
Jeez, yeah, the puts on Apple today would have been dope.
Its own homegrown chips. So yes, it should give. I mean, obviously, as Apple unveils any new products, the goal is for them to be faster, smarter, better products. But also, obviously, weighing on Intel shares. I mean, that's why they're down 4.3% right now, because the Mac Pro.
No, I thought it was gonna be $3,000. I guess it's $3,500.
Chips may mean that they need less from Intel.
Dude, Apple's still flushing.
Kevin, I want to ask you something quickly about the charts in Apple. We see that it had been still on track for the all-time highs, but it's turned lower today. Do you think it was just
careful on that divvy on IEP days? Very well could cut it.
Turned it negative on the day.
But yeah, I mean it's at a nice price for sure, especially if that dividend holds. 34%, like super risky high. That's not sustainable.
Spikes like this, there's a lot of anticipation. And if they don't wow you, or if they disappoint you in any way, it's not really surprising. Now, if you look at
all that volatility got to me.
1 minute chart of Apple,
too excited.
It is high $184, so it's got a big range today. This is one of those buy the rumor, sell the news ideas here. I don't know if it'll hold. Apple could come back, they could make more, but there's a lot of volatility in a day like this where they're making a big announcement, and any sign of disappointment or not a wow factor, especially when the stock is sitting at or near all-time highs, tends to lead the stock to soften after something like that. So not really surprising that Apple is not holding these levels post-announcement, Renita.
Kevin, we appreciate you for bringing that in, and Caroline, live from the New York Stock Exchange. We really appreciate you both. So time now to welcome in Tiffany Bova. She's a global growth evangelist and author of The Experience Mindset, Changing the Way You Think About Growth. Tiffany, thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Great. So we have a lot to get into in this segment that I'm personally interested in, of course, when we think about growth. But first, let's start off with the recent jobs numbers that came out on Friday. Now, we saw something interesting happening in professional and business services. There had been a shift from more part-time to more full-time working right now in the past years, and companies continue to bring in more permanent hires. What does that tell us about what's happening in employment today?
Well, I think it's a fantastic shift up front, right? It shows more stability in the business. When you get employees to shift from part-time to full-time, there's more commitment from them on the goals of a business, right? If it's part-time, it tends to be a little bit more transactional. There are a number of industries where part-time is the norm, retail and hospitality as an example. So if you can get those employees to be more committed and make that shift, it helps with resiliency of the business. It helps with the ability for employers to invest in the talent that they have on board versus having part-time employees. They do a training or make investments, and then that capability walks out the door. So it shows that employers are paying much more attention to the drivers that are getting employees to want to stay, to want to come full-time. It isn't just about, hourly wages. It's not just about compensation. It's about all the other things as well.
It's the whole employee, I like to call it. And so when you look at the share of people working now in their prime years between 25 and 54 years old, it reached a record in May of 83.4%. That's the highest since 2007. That's pretty fascinating. And then something unique that you've noted is that there are now 5 generations of people in the workplace for the first time ever. What
cultures and teaming. It is a big people choose to work where they work. Look, one of the number one reasons employees are dissatisfied is too many people leave. They leave their organization and it's disruptive to their team. It's disruptive to the way that they work. So if we can get a more broad set of workers into the workforce full
Dude, it's making a Head and Shoulders. I didn't even see it.
For all kinds of reasons. You have
A
more
5-minute Head and Shoulders.
in the
Shoulder, shoulder, head.
organization. You know, if you've got a first-time manager and everyone around them is a first-time manager, where do they go when they have a question? Like, we definitely need experience in the company. Now, this isn't just about working from home or working from the
trading
office,
at
because ultimately teams are diverse. They're in lots of locations. They may not always be in the office at the same time. But the thing that is most important are those leaders, are those managers, are the C-suite, if you will, that are sitting making those decisions. It's great to have a cross-section of people in those decision-making positions.
This gets into a little bit of what you talk about in the book. You say that how the customer experience has overshadowed the employee experience. And so when you talk about that, what specific things within the employee experience have you seen come through as necessary to reform in your work with Salesforce?
Well, I can tell you the fastest way to get customers to love your brand is to get employees to love their job. And so if your employees love their job, they're far more willing to do what's necessary, go that extra mile for your customer. They're willing to design products that are more effective and usable by your customers. They're willing to love it, right? We spend a lot of money attracting customers. Just walk back out the back door. We want to make sure we
cutting the dividend. Yeah, that's pretty bearish for cutting the dividend.
Similar to what we were just talking about for employees. You want to
that said, I mean, it's had such a big sell-off. You know, what's priced in exactly.
Things are happening in some kind of concert,
but
right? There's more intention
I mean,
around the decisions that companies make, the way they not only treat their customers.
I mean, think if you're holding stock,
everybody wins, and
I mean, that's part of the accelerating momentum to the downside is people are selling because as that dividend increases, it increases as you sell. The yield, dividend stays the same, but the yield increases, and as it gets lower, it gets more and more risky. I haven't looked into like the details of their dividend and how that works, but you know, how it's allocated and stuff, and where basically I haven't looked into that stuff. However, just very broadly, dividend stocks that are over, you know, even 5% without much history,
which I find fascinating, is not
you know,
the norm.
you get sketchy. IP, of course, has a long history, but it's well over, you know, 5%. I mean, 10%, like that's. If it has a long history and it's something you know, if you're comfortable and confident with it, maybe it's just the stock price is a good, you know, it's cheap and sold off. But you know, if they're at 40%, it doesn't seem like they'll sustain that yield. But maybe that's because it'll just rally, and the yield won't be as high then. Which could be the case.
And so it was the heart of the business for Uber was people, making sure that the culture supported the career advancements, the investments in training, that they had the right tools, that the store was set up properly. It wasn't just about pricing. It was about making sure that the entire store experience, both online and offline, met those expectations of customers. And it had to start with the people.
I don't know. This looks like a Head and Shoulders for sure.
Undercover boss experience there. Well, thank
I might
you
get a
so
red
much,
clothes today.
Tiffany Bova is the author of The Experience Mindset, Changing the Way You Think About Growth.
Stupid I didn't close the longs right here. I talked it through to close here, not at B1. For the handle on this Inverse Cup.
Medical tech space. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
I think that was definitely, yeah. I mean, the short and distort, like, that works. It worked really well on that one. So to me, it looks like Icon sold. So someone, you know, on the inside looks like sold a lot. Being that Carl's like holds so much of it, it looks like he closed a lot. It looks like he sold a lot, honestly. So if you're barbecue tinfoilist, then that's super bullish because he's doing it for barbecue and just get a rip after. But typically when insider sell, it's really bad. And as far as like stocks going down when they're acquiring, I'm not sure. Like after they announce it, yeah, they could go down because it's just adding a bunch of liabilities and debt and whatever onto their balance sheet. But until they're acquiring it going down like that, I don't have much experience with that, but I've not seen that to be the case. Okay, now you're getting a bounce on Apple. Could pull up SPY. Give us that foil. I don't think RC owns any IAP. Just looking at the chart though, like it looks like insider selling. And this is what Tesla looked like when Elon Musk was dumping. This is much worse though, because you have the short and distort, which really accelerated this. And then you have others selling. Dude, I mean, I'm sure it added to it. As that yield goes up, it's just risky.
To benefit from important milestones. We think that they have manufacturing scalability. We think that they're going to be able to deliver a product into the marketplace that's going to effectively change the standard of care. And Humacyte, for those that are less familiar, it is a smaller cap company.
Maybe
They're
anabolic.
developing what's known
Maybe
as a human acellular vessel, or an
he
HAV.
should if he
These are growing
thinks it's
from
going
stem
down.
cells,
I mean, he
effectively
sees
in
the
a
macro
laboratory, a vessel that can
on
be
everything.
used in surgery. So typically you're thinking about trauma patients, maybe somebody that's been injured in an industrial accident.
He should
Perhaps,
sell
or
Apple
a
before
wartime
GME, I would
type
say,
of
though.
wound. So we're seeing this get utilized
Given
on
his,
battlegrounds
if
right
he is
now
still
in
the largest
Ukraine.
shareholder.
And what the surgeons will be
I
able
think
to
my
do with
GME
this
puts ever got
technology, which
filled.
is still
No.
preclinical, it's going through the FDA regulatory process right now, but the indications are that relative to the existing standards of care, which would be to effectively harvest a vessel from one healthy part of the body and to utilize that in another part of the body, that's one of the standards of care. The other would be an artificial vessel that gets utilized. What's unique about the Humacyte technology that's being developed using stem cells is it has much less donor rejection. So the immune response results in far fewer, it looks like, infections, amputations, and even mortalities. So really excited to see the way this technology is progressing in clinical trials.
Yeah, he's up
And
10%.
we think that they do have a chance
They
to
wants to fill that
change the
gap.
standard of care in this area where there is a great need.
That is pretty fascinating. And I saw that the stock is up about 75% year to date. So somebody else thinks it's fascinating too, apparently. And next up, Transmedics Group, ticker TMDX. Tell us all about the company, why you guys chose it.
Yeah, happy to do that. And Transmedics is another really innovative and interesting company in the medical tech field. A little further along in their clinical journey, they've actually reached FDA approval, and now they're in commercialization of, again, a revolutionary medical innovation in the organ transplant business. So if we think about the standard of care in that industry, as for many decades, effectively it's been coolers. It's been to cool an organ. As we know, there's a vast need, a supply-demand imbalance of organ donors. And what Transmedics has been working on, and they've delivered to the marketplace now, is effectively an improved mechanism for delivering and transporting that organ. Instead of chilling it for delivery within typically a very tight radius and a tight time horizon, by more closely replicating the human biome, by effectively utilizing a mechanism, an organ care system that extends the durability of that organ, you greatly improve the radius, the time that a surgeon has now to transplant an organ to a recipient. So we think there's going to be huge economic implications of being able to expand that radius and be able to deliver these crucial organs to a wider radius over a longer period of time. I think, obviously from a humanitarian basis, we love to see technologies like this thrive and expand. And that's what Transmedics is doing right now within the organ care segment of the medical tech arena.
Let's take it broad for the last question. Tell us, how has ChangeBridge Capital been positioning clients for a higher interest rate environment?
It's a great question. And I think a defensive posture is part of the mindset. So we have a few ways to do that. CBSE, as I mentioned, is long only. It's a select equity strategy that's fairly concentrated. But we've been gravitating towards equities like gold miners and utilities and some of the consumer stocks that are a little bit more defensive in nature. We think that the early ripple effect, effectively, of higher interest rates is that the consumer strains are starting to reveal themselves. We're seeing that in some of the earnings of some really high-profile good operators that are simply operating in a segment of the economy where the consumer is slowing down. And we're taking this opportunity to get more defensively postured within the long books of both CBSE and CBLS, our long-short strategy. Examples like the biotech companies we just discussed, we like that they're insulated from the economic slowdown that we do expect. CBLS also has a short book, so we are able to take specific short equity positions. We typically run a net exposure in that fund of about 30 to 70%. So we just intrinsically have a capability there to help diversify investors' portfolios, to lower their net exposure. And even in this higher interest rate environment, we think some of the short positions are going to reveal themselves to be alpha generators. And folks can see all of our holdings and prospectus and disclosures on changebridgefunds.com. And you'll see an eclectic mix of holdings that we think are actually pretty well positioned for a higher interest rate environment.
Okay, Vince. We really appreciate you dropping by. Thank you so much. That's Vince LaRusso, co-founder and portfolio manager of ChangeBridge Capital. Now, coming up next, we'll have Options Corner because Alex Coffey has his eyes on
Cheese club. Nobody dumped anything. Yeah, GME didn't do well up there. It sold off long before the SPY started too. Also, started at 1. This started at 11:30. Saw it here on this RSI divergence, the 5-minute. You got it on the SPY, just more subtle. That's up 13%. Still looking good. Bull flag, breakout. Probably headed back up to what, $1.30? Has that gap there at 137. Maybe there. Where's a on up 1.6? I'm gonna look for some shorts. 6. Nice little head and shoulders here. Right shoulder couldn't even form that long. It just had too weak. Broken shoulder. Got about 25 minutes to go. Maybe it'll bump back up there a little bit. Give us some more right shoulder formation.
Move in pretty short order. Break even for this would be $172.90 on $290,000 in risk. So another pretty substantial trade, especially considering this isn't, you know, Tesla or Nvidia or Apple. Not going to say it's not a widely traded name, but it's not in that class.
I see. And it looks like it's been pretty steady for the past, maybe since August or so of last year. And finally, we're going to take a look at Meta. Somebody has some calls here, but yet another bullish trade.
Yeah, this is the biggest of the group in terms of trade. Same expiration as what we looked at in Nvidia, so relatively short term, just going out to next Friday. And this one, probably a little bit higher probability of success, just given that it's only $9 out of the money.
Barbecue kind of at the low of its barber coating.
$30 out of the money, and of course for Celsius, you know, quite a bit out of the money. You know, upwards of $35 on a $145 stock. In Meta, this trade is someone went out and bought 2,738 of next Friday's 280 calls for a 254 debit. So in this case, the break even would be 282.54. You simply just add that debit spent to the strike, but just under $700,000 in option premium. So if you combined basically the other two trades together in terms of notional risk, it's about the same size of this one. But like the two previous, the real big piece here is unlimited upside. If Meta decides it wants to have an Nvidia-like run,
Get a flush into close. There's still a head and shoulders on there.
This trader
little
stands
5-minute one.
Basically have uncapped gains, just limited by obviously the time until next Friday's expiration, and of course at the mercy of whatever Meta decides to do in that time frame.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for bringing us those three trades, Alex. Now coming up next, Jenny Horn has a developing story for us involving Palantir. We'll talk about also the softness in Bitcoin with Chris Robinson in our future segment.
What the heck? The SEC has officially tweeted their charges against Binance and CZ with the line from their COO. What the? This is a tweet from SEC Gov. Today we charged Binance Holdings, US-based affiliate BAM Trading Services, which together with Binance operates Binance US, and their founder, Enpeng Sao, with a variety of securities law violations. Was this a part of their tweet? This picture? We're operating as a effing unlicensed security exchange in the USA, bro. Binance Chief Compliance Officer 2018. What? Saudi Aramco raises July light crude oil prices for Northern Europe, North America by 90 cents a barrel. Binance is about to go under. They keep saying it's safe and secure. Like the banks are sound and resilient. The banks are sound and resilient. The banks are sound and resilient. .66% return with Circa with current prices. Oh yeah, on their acquisition or whatever. Yeah, I mean you could do it. I mean there's details about it, and it's like a certain strategy. I don't have a whole lot of info on what to look out for on that. I didn't see the UFO video. The banks are sound and resilient. The banks are sound and resilient. His name was Brian Paulson. What was his name? I always get his name wrong. His name was Brian Pilsner. Eyes edging up a little bit. Barbecue with the pop. Popping up to VWAP. 24.50. 25 cents. 2% on barbecue. Well, did it. Held that nice support there. There's a little popper. Cannot see this level again. Robert Paulson. His name was Robert Paulson. Name was Robert Paulson. Good one. Good one, kitty. And clutch right there. UFO video training on Joe Rogan? Really? Barcode before the rip. Barcode baby steps to private airplane? That's right, Bob. We had a transaction at what, 25 cents when they're at 24.12. See if we get another transaction up there at 25. What Rogan does. Dude, that would be a crazy catalyst. We haven't seen Rogan's effect on stocks really, as far as him like buying or selling. I bet he would have a pull.
Did we see an impact on markets earlier that has now faded?
Yeah, you did. I mean, we had a nice bounce. You gotta remember, bigger picture.
Yeah, we've got bearish MACD right under the 9, little head and shoulders on the hourly. Could bounce a little more, but I'm thinking tomorrow's a nice short for a little gap down.
Well, we came back and we almost clawed
See, move up to VWAP here.
this morning. We did hit a 1-month high. You know, we did hit north of 73, 74, but it has not held. So, you know, I was looking at that thinking, well, if that's the best they can do, they're probably scratching their head saying, well, how much more do we have to cut? Because they're cutting. Yeah, I think the high was actually 75.
Paulson, what the heck?
In the July. So we hit 75. We're back to 72. So it didn't have any staying power. We'll see where we are.
Start selling alchemy. Tuesday steak.
Get us back to 80. You know, obviously
That's true. You did say steak.
To do, you know, make bigger cuts because they're fighting against, you know, a worldwide lack of demand.
Let's get some more 25-cent transactions there, barbecue.
You've got the EU worried about slowdown over there. China has had some negative financial numbers in the last, 2-3 weeks. We've been watching that closely. They're fighting against that tide. So they may have to cut more if they're trying to get, if $80 a barrel is their goal, they're going to have to cut more.
If they cut more, then will that give the U.S. more impetus to boost production?
Well, we'll see. I think everybody's trying to do that. That's a nice number for producers. At the end of the day, the cure for higher prices is higher prices, right? Because it'll bring out more supply. That's the way it always works. But I think for now, we're heading into the summertime. You know, this is
there. It is.
We're a month away from the driving season, right? We'll start hearing about that soon. The July 4th, and everybody's going to drive. So we'll see. But at the end of the day, you know, the other thing to watch too is the United States. Supposedly is trying to refill their SPR. They talked about doing it back in October. We dipped down to 64. They didn't buy one barrel. About a week and a half ago, they said they were going to go ahead and start buying back some of that. They have 95 million barrels, 180 million barrels they need to buy back. Their average sale price was 95. So they've got a good head start. Would be nice to see them cover them.
Once your ESL, always ESL
That's
is.
the other driving force, because there would be a big demand pickup, right? That 180 million barrels, it's about, I think, 10 or 12 usage days for the U.S. So that's something I think if you're bullish crude, you're going to want to see those guys step into the market here and start hitting some offers.
Let's switch over to Bitcoin. It dropped below 26,000 on news that the SEC is filing charges against Binance. So could we see another sell-off happen like what happened with the FTX situation, or was that just an outsized thing?
Well, I think, it depends. What happened with FTX is a little bit differently. Bitcoin, for better or for worse, it's the gold standard of crypto. It's traded at the CME with a real futures contract. You can actually hedge it if you want to. The interesting thing was, we dropped down to 15. 18 months ago, we were at 69. We hit 14, 5, 15. Let's just call it 15. So in about a month and a half, we doubled. So people got a lot excited. We poked above 30. And, that was the big question. Would 30 hold? Well, obviously, with this news out with the other company and some trouble with the SEC, it's a knee-jerk sell-off. At the end of the day, Bitcoin is a commodity. We'll see where it ends up 5, 10 years from now. Yeah. But it certainly trades more like a commodity to me than anything else. It's just, at this point, very, very technical trade. And lots of times with futures markets, I don't care if you were talking about gold or the S&P or corn, round numbers attract a lot of interest, right? So 30,000 was a big deal. It didn't hold. Anybody that was long at 30,000, they're getting out today, because I'm looking here, the low tick was 25.4. And, nobody likes to lose, $3,500 on a position. So those people are getting out today. Let's see where we are in a week.
It was around 25.4 at some point today, but where do you see the areas of support?
Well, I think every time we dip down, it'll be 25. The big support is going to be the old low, because we came down to that 15 level. So the way these markets work, again, they'll look at that as that's a known low. So will it be a tradable low? We'll see. And I'm sure if we do get down there, and that's capital I, capital F, if we do get down there, you'll see some people come in saying, okay, let's try and buy it down here to see if this is a double bottom. Call it what you want. But the technicians are kind of having a field day with this contract. Now, the interesting thing was the correction that we did have. If you take the high, 69, and then the low that we came from, we had clawed back 25% of that move. A lot of people were hopeful that we would get a bigger retracement. And again, with this news today, it took the steam out of that rally.
Okay, we'll have to leave it there, but thank you so much, Chris
Thanks.
Robinson, Managing Director, TJM Institutional. Now, coming up, we have Michelle Gibley and Kathy Jones to break down the macro outlook. They're from Charles Schwab. They're going to break this down ahead of the Fed meeting, of course. We'll be right back.
Well done, Russ. Here you go, barbecue. 24.69. Minutes to bell. Here comes 10 minutes of Fugazi. Here we get a rip to VWAP. Test of the lows. High frequency trading right where we are. Barbecue went back to VWAP. Positive 2% now. That is neat. Here we go. In minutes. Where are we going? I kind of rejecting that again. Kind of a larger cup and handle here, I think. A little inverse cup and handle. Head and shoulders. Bullish case, I guess you could say we're still kind of in this trend channel. You know, have this upward channel here and over here. But I'm seeing a pullback at least. I'd like to see a nice bounce into close. Give me a nice big high cost. Get on my short. Don't be embarrassed. No problem, Russ.
Next meeting next week, and the Bank of England also to hike rates the week after. Many other central banks are similar to the Fed in that they might be pausing for now and looking for more data before they make their next move.
Well, whether or not they make a next move, Kathy, investors are, of course, trying to position against or ahead of this next Fed meeting. What are you telling investors on how to prepare for the next Fed meeting?
Well, we really haven't changed our guidance since late last year. We still think investors should extend duration and stay in higher credit quality bonds. We're going to probably see a little bit of upward pressure in short-term rates due to the
This head and shoulders on Bitcoin.
from the Treasury of
Head, shoulder, shoulder. This is the break of the neckline.
Really driven by expectations on growth and inflation.
It's gonna blow.
Pushing so hard to get inflation down, and the
Dang.
softness that we're seeing,
A good time to
certainly in the
be bullish on Coinbase.
now, recently a little bit in
We'll see. Chart still looks
sector.
bullish to me,
I
but
think that this is the point,
gap fill looks like it's going for it. Lots of volume today on coin also. Oh, I guess that's specifically because of Binance, not just Bitcoin selling off. So really that could end up being bullish news for Coinbase. The bad news for Binance.
Well, we're still talking about pre-Fed. Kathy, can you let us know what type of activity
Yeah.
you're seeing in the bond market ahead of the Fed meeting and also ahead of the CPI print that comes out on June 14th?
Well, you're seeing people positioned for a pause at the next meeting and not really seeing a high probability of a rate hike, especially after the ISM numbers today. And then, of course, we do have CPI the same day that the Fed makes an announcement. So a little bit cautious. They're very narrow.
Are we suspended? I don't think so.
Kind of waiting to see what happens next.
Okay, wait.
Oh, we had a transaction, 1554.07, 138 shares.
This past Friday, we're looking. You did
Cost
mention the ISM numbers, the services index. It's been
paying
the
like
driving
what,
force
$6 to get those shares. Oh,
right now.
5 minutes
And
of
what do you
crazy
make of the
coming
drop
in.
in new orders, however?
Got engulfing candle in the 5 minute real quick on the rejection of that.
Lowest that we've seen since the Fed began its tightening spree.
Yeah, I think the ISM numbers have shown us that we're seeing the effects, those lagged effects of rate hikes to date. You know, they've been tightening for over a year now, and it takes a while for that tightening in monetary policy to work its way through. And I think we're starting to see those effects now, and that means slower growth and less inflation down the road.
All right, let's stay on that topic of inflation, but let's head overseas. Michelle, tell us about inflation data coming from Europe and China. What are you seeing there?
Well, in Europe, we had the PPI today that came in. I mean, it was very encouraging, only up 1% year over year. Of course, that's because the comparisons a year ago were tough. But we also had prices in the global services PMI ease. And last week, we got the CPI from the Eurozone. It was down month over month. And the manufacturing PMI globally had both input and output prices falling below 50. In China, the recovery there has been kind of slow. It's moderated recently, and we have a new wave of COVID cases that could cap growth in the near term, but we're unlikely to see a major slowdown. We're still seeing, you know, only a slight moderation in activity looking at high frequency mobility data, and the government is likely to continue to add fiscal and monetary stimulus in coming weeks.
Do you think these latest actions show the growth in China or the evidence of China opening up fully, Michelle?
Yeah, I mean, they are open, but confidence is still low, confidence about job growth and income growth. And I think consumers are probably just going to need more time to get more confidence.
Happy
They were,
Monday,
you know,
Daniel.
zero COVID policies for 3 years.
You and
so
yours.
they just need a little more distance before the recovery kind of picks up steam, I think.
That makes perfect sense. They had the tightest restrictions on the globe almost. And Michelle, you're also looking at Japanese stocks beating the S&P 500. Tell us what you've been catching.
Yeah, I think it's a little under the radar. Japanese stocks, no one ever really talks about. They're quietly beating the S&P 500 this year, doubling in local currency and beating the S&P 500 by 4 percentage points in U.S. dollars. They're up 16% year to date. And, you know, Japanese companies, they have a lot of cash on their balance sheets, $2.5 trillion in U.S. dollars. And that high amount of cash increases their book value, but without really giving them much in the way of return. And so they really have low price to book ratios. Half of the index is below 1, and that's versus 2.8 for the MSCI World ex Japan. And the catalyst for change is that the Tokyo Stock Exchange is asking companies to provide plans to boost their price to book ratios above 1. And that's really increased, encouraged an increase in stock buybacks and is increased interest by foreign investors and activist funds.
Okay, Kathy, last question for you. What are you looking forward to ahead of next week before we even get to CPI and the Fed?
Freaking did it.
Are there any other pieces of data, although it is a light week of data, that you might be keeping your eye on?
All done.
Well, yeah,
Thank you.
It's a pretty sparse week for important
Good call,
data
Christopher.
that might be, you know,
Good call on this Happy Money Monday.
Jobless claims always important, especially given some of the mixed information we
Checking
got
out Camping World here. I've got a short on that.
And then I'm also going to be
Got a
watching
nice looking chart for the downside.
coming up. So we got a lot of supply at the short end. Like to see how that gets.
Got a short on AI also, which is playing out nice. It's pumped today.
All right. Well, thank you both so much.
Might see a little gap fill, but I think it's on its way down.
Of Charles Schwab and Kathy Jones, Chief Fixed Income Strategist.
GME on 1 1/4.
We'll have the closers panel with
Big green to red on GME today.
They'll bring us up to date on news.
It was quick, but you did have a head, shoulder, little shoulder here. And we had that RSI divergence on it starting yesterday. That's when I decided to close my longs and try and go short. Didn't get filled today on my short, but RSI divergence actually made another one, I think. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, you're fired. That is the bell. Yeah, we had 3 RSI divergence now on GME. So I know we've been in a channel, but I can't deny these higher highs and lower highs in this RSI. And this daily candle is quite bearish. Inverted hammer. It's an inside. It's not an inside bar, I guess. But yeah, pretty big volume today too on GME. Red volume. I think we're going to see a pullback out of this channel. Probably at the overall market. Run for your lives. Obama backs GNS? What the heck? For real? Or the pumper? Got news? Let's see. I don't see that. GNS's charts looked good though for like a week. Didn't fill that gap, unfortunately. Look at that. BBBYQ closing at 25 cents, up 2%. Literally just back where it was on Thursday. Right back into that area. Kind of at the lows, but yeah. Just subtract this head and shoulders. I think we probably got the move from the head and shoulders already down here, showing nice support, double bottoming. Just, that's a solid support level. It continues to respect. So yeah, I'd like to continue to hold that as the week progresses, and then might see another move up before the end of the week. I'm thinking so. Really not allowed to. What it looks like they're on some kind of mission. SPY, pretty fun intraday, a lot of volatility. I overtraded it here, and overtraded it here. So basically broke even on the day. We just paying the brokerage and commissions. Had a nice short here, nice timing on stuff. Even took profits. Did I do it here on the break? I didn't do it here on the break. Could have done it here on the break. We had the RSI divergence we spotted. It was up here. I actually made it twice. Had it one here, and then up and made another one. Before that, we actually saw this little cup and handle play. That played out all right. Price action was more mellow than what we've been seeing. The aggressive rallies out of the cup and handles. Like last week, have a cup and handle and it just went crazy. This one's a little bit more mellow. But then as it got up here, had that RSI divergence. Then we a little head shoulder and a little shoulders, weak shoulder, and engulfing 5-minute. So a lot of cues for the sell-off. And then this I think was pretty much all Apple event. Created a lot of this down here. Which so brokerage gotta eat too, man. You gotta feed the brokerage every now and then. And we got the Apple dump, yeah. Yeah, that was interesting, man. That was a pretty awful reaction to their headset. And it really didn't actually hold up as good as SPY. Because it had this whole other leg down, which I didn't really get that. So I will probably be looking for shorts on the futures after 6. So in 2 hours when they open back up. They close at 5, open back up at 6. We're looking to go short. I'll probably scale in a couple times tonight. If it keeps rallying, I'll just kind of keep scaling in. Or, you know, a little gap down tomorrow and maybe just selling tomorrow. Might close it before the opening bell though. There is a pretty big gap down. Usually a good idea. And just wait for a bounce and see what happens. But yeah, liking the gap fill down here coming shortly. Maybe this week, maybe tomorrow. We do have data this week, not a whole lot. No, not really. US trade deficit and consumer credit on Wednesday. And then Thursday, initial jobless claims. So really just Thursday. That's it. So, yeah, I already kind of went over what I saw on GME today. Still looks like a fixed stock and looks like it's going to break out of this channel. Hourly's kind of broken on there, but earnings on Wednesday. Looking for a put debit spread for earnings. Didn't get filled today. Not a huge deal. Not expecting a huge jump on it. But yeah. The IV actually is pretty high for this earnings, like 120%. We haven't seen that in a while. Oh, Apple and Media, yeah. And barbecue, yeah, we've pretty much gone over that. As some of you guys were saying, and I was agreeing, this might have been the best price. Like, I have this line here for a reason. 23.40. This area is a good place to buy it, and it's continued to be. So, not to say to go all in here, but scaling, seeing if we hold it again tomorrow, seeing if we're up here, then, you know. But yeah, it's looking good. Did have that head and shoulders, and that did kind of play out today. Now we could actually be building an inverse head and shoulders. As you see a shoulder, a head, build another shoulder up here tomorrow. Yeah. So we'll see. Thanks guys for watching. I appreciate the support today. Thank you, Ace, for your tips. Your dono and your gifted membership. If you're not on our Discord, I totally didn't add a link. Jump on our Discord. If you are a member, send me a DM. I will give you the happy crew roll. You can join me on stream and come chat with me. And yeah, get all the emojis and everything. Thanks, Christopher. I also have a new membership level, which I'll highlight in a video once I start kind of showing the Theta farm more what we're doing. But that new level is going to be updating it, update it with entries and exits on selling premium, selling option premium, the strike, the time, the fill price, all that stuff. So thanks, Ace. Thanks, Christopher. Thanks, Kitty, Cameron. For just have a good afternoon. We'll see you tomorrow. Okay, peace out.